Maniacal laughter!
Oh, I know what music I need to have set for this thing.
Press the button. I'm gonna press the buttons.
Magavan in Rheinwien? Minerva, I don't think is actually in her house yet, so we're going to give her a second. Of course. Berion. Hello, my name is Berion Gelanas. It's a pleasure. Professor of Ascension of Katami. Professor of Abjuration. Of course, today we will be learning... Wonderful. Now then, let's get to work. Knock knock. Hello? Possible she's still in spawn. Is she aware that we've started? It's fine. I'll wait here. Hi, hi. Wonderful view. Alright, so we're going to see. I'm going to step in. If she's not in the lighthouse yet, I'll respawn. And if she's not there, I'm just going to go to medical on my own. Oh. Ah.
Good morning.
My Gavan in Rheinwien. How are we today?
Junior's sexy elvish. We're good. It's more mysterious when I don't understand what it means.
If you ever wish for translation, I can teach you.
I do wish. I'm just not usually good at the oral language. I'm much better written. I'm kind of like the opposite.
Of myself.
Well, I'm kind of very similar to Flora in a way.
Ah, I see.
Well, I guess like when it comes to common, I have a very in-depth understanding of common. And when it comes to other language, I'm better at writing it. It feels more natural because it's almost like I'm talking with my hands. Just as I'm able to learn like ASL a little bit as well.
A good skill to have.
It's like my mind and my hands communicate better than my mind and my mouth. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it's fine.
It just is what it is. Are you ready to head down? Gotta get that looked after.
I do, yes. And do you have any errands to see to in the morning?
No, I pretty much took care of everything the other night. I got my paperwork all done for what I consider my weekend while you guys are doing normal classes.
Yes.
I took a trip to the Feywilds to get some relaxation in, and then, well, also checked in the students that were staying at the morgue, brought them some snacks and stuff.
Are they doing well?
They're as recovered as they can be, considering the time frame.
Have you given any thought to what I said about Alba and her sight? These motes she's seeing.
I would have to actually have a conversation directly with her to understand better.
I see.
Because my sight can see many things, but if it's something that is in her mind, if it's an illusion cast on her mind, or if it's something that she can see, I cannot. It has to
see.
exist for anyone to see. So that's where my limitation sits.
I was able to find some time over the last few days to do some amount of research. From her description alone, it sounds like detect magic, forms of lesser divination. But for the majority of it, it doesn't make any sense. And with her being unknowing of her own physicality, this...
See, I can't detect evil. My eyes can just sense if something is there. It can't sense its intent. But at the same time, things about... The only exception is usually high-level darkness. I'm not able to see it if it's small, but I could see that Zane, for example, was dripping in it.
Yes.
And that the stone we had it on. If it's something that is the darkness that specifically affects a person's mind, that is completely different than something manifesting in a body or an object. That's why the darkness is so hard to detect for me, because it is fear, it is subversion, it is in the mind. It attacks and it can hide there from my sight. Detecting evil is different though, because you go in looking for something specific like that.
Yes. I'm likely going to, just because of all the mischief we've been seeing lately and sparkling lights, I wouldn't be surprised if this is some sort of fey enchantment that is beset upon her. I might just look in if she allows me.
Tell her that the option to bring me in is there,
Yes.
and that we can have a conversation later tonight.
Of course. I'm hoping to find her this morning. If we're lucky, well, once we get to medical, I ring the bell, and if she arrives, I may be able to share with her my findings. If not, well, whenever I run into her, really. Then I have the lecture today. I have to sit down with Misty and make sure she's actually looking after herself over the points I've pressed. Perhaps I should speak to Nerali and check if she's actually been addressing it. Busy.
You'll be okay. Welcome to my life. Except times all the students.
I remembered not too long ago I thought my days were rather empty, and now here I am, barely able to keep up. I suppose it's a case of there is a word for this, a term for this in common.
Careful what you wish for.
Is that it?
To a degree. There's a couple of different phrases that could be
Good morning, Guardsman.
applicable.
I see. Nothing. What do you think? Should I scare all of medical? Should I scare the entire campus again and ring the bell?
You can ring the bell once for assistance.
Yes, for a minor thing.
I also have a medical training as well.
Hmm.
So I can change your bandages. After all, I did teach the cadets how to stitch, as well as proper cleaning bandages.
Well, you have my thanks for that.
So it's up to you. It could be. It could be good practice for them to be able to clean.
It does give us the opportunity to reel in Arbor.
Well, she might not come. It just depends on who.
I suppose. Very well.
So ring the bell and give the students a good chance.
Well,
If it's late at night in between bandages, I don't mind doing it. But that's what medical staff is here for.
let's see who our lucky winner is this morning. And they're going to walk in and see you and say, oh, but Minerva is here. She just could have helped you. Yes, but this is more fun.
It's not more fun. It's more educational. You require your bandages changed, and this is standard.
Well, that's more fun for me. It's a little exciting.
You know, you don't have to ring the bell.
I was told if I needed assistance to ring it once.
Well, so it's an all hands on deck kind of bell. If we're just changing bandages, you don't have to. Just come find one of us at the dorm island. Is usually better. Because see, otherwise people just sprint here because we think there's an emergency sort of thing.
Someone's
But if it's
dying,
just changing,
indeed.
Isn't that the purpose of the 1, 2, 3? For what we were told from the updates?
The bell at all is an emergency. It's just the varying severity of emergency.
Perhaps you've had a misunderstanding.
Exactly.
My apologies.
That was not how it was explained
It's okay.
recently. Our
just wanted to let
apologies.
you know.
It was explained different to us.
That's just what Silver has been taught to us since we've
Hmm.
been recruited.
Oh dear, I suppose
Yeah.
I have Silver's wrath in store for me then. Well, regardless.
That's all right. No, it's fine. We should have said something the first time that it happened, but it's okay.
I see. My apologies regardless.
It's really not a big deal. I'm just literally just letting you know so you don't do it again, tomorrow.
Thank you. Now then,
Sure.
all good.
may I have a volunteer?
Usually in the morning it's hard to find students.
I never know where they run off to first thing. Some
Usually
days they're all getting coffee,
yeah.
other days they're in the,
Unless you're busy, I
some
guess.
days
One
at
more day.
range. There's the odd day
He
where
just
I
needs
can't
his
find a
bandages
single one.
changed.
Probably
him.
not a good idea for me.
I got
You might get a little uncomfortable. I'm still waiting to see if they'll give me gloves.
Gloves.
I'm
Thank
hoping they
you.
do.
How are you doing today, Morgan?
Oh, where are you getting
I'm
gloves
alright,
from?
thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well as I can be.
I was supposed to ask the second in command, the officer, for seeing if the CF will
So,
get me some gloves so I can do more hands-on
It's
deck.
been a
Same
week.
as before?
So I'm not
Yep, same as before. It's been a week.
freezing
He
people
tore it
or making them
once
uncomfortable with the cold,
4
but
days ago.
I can.
Tore it once
I
4
haven't
days.
seen it.
4
Was
days
it
ago.
handled?
It was seen to. It was seen to.
4
It was
days
seen to
ago?
immediately. Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
4 gays, yeah.
Yep. Oh, pardon
Listen, I
me.
need to bring attention to that.
I mean-
I need to bring attention to the fact that you
Awesome.
said 4 gays.
Well, you know what? He's got a long life ahead of him. Let me have my fun.
I would love
Regardless,
to
yes, it was seen to
use them for
immediately.
medicinal purposes.
You can see what my mind
Okay,
is.
cool. So everything's fine.
Literally help
No, I know.
because-
Wonderful.
Men, I understand.
Have you seen them?
I wouldn't lie, but
Back to business.
I
Then.
just want to be
I mean, yeah.
Maybe I can give you one
Anyway.
of those lace gloves, like just like for aesthetic.
Don't damn it me.
Well, not mine.
I'll do what I
It
please.
would have. What's that one again?
What is that one? You're done.
morning
Thank you
attention,
kindly.
I think. Now I'm confused. But yeah, if you
I don't
could enchant
remember.
them
Thank you, Morgan.
so they'd be warm to others, or like not annoying to.
Well, shall we investigate
Me.
this?
I
then?
wouldn't be able to do
That'd be
it, but I could. I can secure the resource. Like I could secure the funds to give it to the CAF, and I'm sure someone there on campus could enchant them.
That'd be nice. That'd be really helpful. So I'm not. I don't think I'm the only one slacking in
Actually,
helping.
I'll see about doing that for. I'll talk to Deputy Boyle and the headmistress, and I'll make a list of cadets who would benefit from gloves, whether it be like Misty being too hot or just something outside of the standard medical gloves.
All right. That'd be lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Anytime you need something.
Well, shall we see
Yeah,
what the
I'll go
horn
see what
playing
that
was
bell's
for?
about.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going.
Neither do
Follow
I,
the
to be
students.
honest.
Smile. Is it
Well,
the
I see
wharf?
Essor.
They're going to the. I see Esther going that way, so I guess let's just. You can't get in trouble if you're with us, because we're going.
Very well.
Good. 'Cause I have no
I see a
idea.
couple. I see a couple more people coming through the portal over there.
Wonderful. We can all be confused together.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
More gathering, it seems. What's all this for then?
It didn't sound like the dock horn. That's
No, it sounded like just like a trumpet, yes?
Good morning, Bunny.
It's not. Yeah, like the morning attention
Yes.
lineup kind of horn. That's what I thought.
Mhm.
Good morning, Victor. Good morning, Leanda. Good morning,
Good morning,
Clark.
Clark.
Everybody else.
cadets.
Good
The
morning,
ship is
madam.
And it appears that
Yeah.
everyone is now removing themselves.
Oh, who left?
Well, all the cadets at least.
The big ship is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I think that's Captain Flynn, maybe?
Finn and Commander K.
Hmm.
I believe they are both sharing the
looks
ship
like
as
the
quarters.
It looks like our two Professor besties have left. Professor K and Captain Professor Finn? Flynn?
Finn.
Which one is it? Is it
F-I-N-N.
like fish or like Flynn as in Finn? Finn, okay.
Flynn gives me nightmares. Anyway, so what are we doing now?
Are you,
Wow.
Oh my.
I guess it's as we were.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anything I missed in the meeting?
What was the
Or are we just going to the thing?
just the general concerns, you know? What you pretty much
Okay.
heard we elaborated on. What was the emergency? Anything serious?
I have been
Clean
reprimanded.
bandages. It's fine.
I will admit my fault.
Your sister told him about the horn system.
The way that we were re-explained it is like if you need medical assistance, ring the bell once. If it's severe, ring the bell twice, like a broken limb or leg. And if it's really bad, do the emergency. But so many of the students just stay in their dorm rooms all morning or like go off privately that it's been consistently hard to find cadets at certain hours to just casually.
That's why you ring
My
the bell.
apologies.
It's fine. That's why you ring the bell anyway. And we're just taught to all of us should attend the bells anyway because that's just how we were taught.
Last
so
year,
that's just us for practice. Yeah.
Like last
That's
year we
for us
rang it
to-
once and
yeah.
we're like, there's no one. Ding
Yeah,
twice,
we're
everybody runs.
supposed
Oh,
to.
dear.
That's
I'm gonna
why.
go
That's why
practice.
we're being
Enjoy.
taught to go
Extra
after the bell
vigilant,
anyway,
yeah.
regardless. Yes.
It's very good.
That's why.
By the way, I
Yep.
love your rings
it's not
and
an
your
issue.
nails.
Oh, thank you. This is my ring of resize that they gave me from the CAF. So I could be smaller.
Nice.
The other ones are just aesthetically pleasing because they match, so I bought
They
them.
really do. I love them. This one is I feel insecure about my heart, so I must make you go little.
I just don't want to destroy the building.
human.
Hmm.
You know what? That's true. That's fair. That's a vibe. That's like me when I get and lose my temper. I'm like, just go away. I don't want to destroy something.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
All right, well, time for training, I guess.
Mhm. I'll eventually like to start training with you guys as well, but I have to be very careful because I learned from how people react to Carver's sounds that mine may not be very applicable. Because I can snap my fingers and project the sound from the speed, so it's like rupturing your eardrums or like a thunderclap kind of thing, and that's not good with sensitive people ears around. So I've never really been able
That
to
might be
practice it.
something you'd, yeah, or get volunteers and take them to another location so it doesn't bother the ones here.
Mm.
That'd
Yeah.
always be nice.
Few brave test subjects.
Because I never really needed to use them in combat. It's just I just hit things. But I would like to be able to use it against people who have barriers. Because barriers don't protect against sound. Like Professor Carver, for example. He told me that his barrier doesn't protect against like airbornes or sound, so I could rupture his eardrums if, you know, someone, I don't know, copied, mimicked,
No,
did something similar.
I can understand that. Apparently my real father used to do stuff like that. Similar. So it makes sense.
The barrier or the sound?
The sound stuff.
I have to be careful as well because I learned about a decade or so ago of the effects of sound on glass as well as ice.
It does. Are you kidding me? I'm not going back.
A short trip.
They can welcome themselves.
I will address it.
I'll go.
Alright, have fun.
Hello.
Still training with our claymore, I see.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Hey, Shori.
While
Hello.
you're
I don't know how to
here,
say your
I think
name.
most
Just be
cadets at the
careful you don't trip
Coliseum.
Luminous. I will
There
call
were
you
cadets
Luminous.
such as Augusta,
someone
who
like
were
that
looking into
before
the
she did
option
the
of
other
getting
day.
gloves to protect their hands. More so from them
Right.
transferring any type of ice magic. And I was thinking that I could make a list of students who have elements. Maybe someone like Risei, fire people like others, Misty, Augusta, Liang, that may benefit from specialized gloves.
That's for sure.
Yes,
I
go
really
ahead and
should
make
try
a
to
list.
try
We'll
to do
see if
more.
it is within our
But,
power to get them
still bit
something
injured.
special.
Not
For
fun.
now, I'm going to go check on the
Because
cadets
I
and see
know,
what has.
because I believe we have the funds, and if we don't, I'd be willing to donate for them. It's the magic enchanted part that's the difficult of who we have resources to actually do that on.
Yes, yes, it is.
I guess so.
Yes, it's
All right, I'll take the measurements of their hands,
Someone's in a hurry.
Well, I know
you.
about the sleeping
and then
anyhow
make a
at the,
list for you.
taking care
Thank
of
you,
the
madam.
Well, I mean,
I believe most of the
Mhm,
cadets
thank
have
you.
gathered in
Berion.
the stadium.
he's,
Yes, how can I
doing a
help you?
good job at it.
Oh, we'll see then.
Oh,
I was wondering
Jamie!
if you felt prepared for today's lesson.
As much as I can
I
be,
think
I
they
believe.
need it.
It was a misunderstanding,
I look
Belle,
forward to
if you were
sharing.
going over to greet them again.
Okay.
A bunch of big fat
Thank you for
frickin'
being
This
so
is all
vigilant,
very
though.
confusing.
It is. It was just a little misunderstanding. But it happens.
Okay.
How are
Thank
you
you,
I'm
doing
gonna
today,
go
Jamie?
run laps now.
Very well.
I'm okay. Thank
Glad
you.
to hear. Enjoy your laps.
Bye. Bye.
Busy, busy, busy.
I adore that. Hello! Deputy Boyle arrived at that bell.
That's who it was. Where is she?
It was a misunderstanding of arrivals. She went that way. I believe they may have taken the portal to the Coliseum. It was blue when I turned around.
They wanted to oversee the morning
Notice-
exercises.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Happy to help,
Mhm.
Captain.
Guess I'll head over there now.
Very well.
Try to get the right one. There we go.
Haha.
They are so
Wonderful.
close.
Mhm. Did she get lost?
I'm ready for this.
There you are.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I lost you for a moment.
It was something necessary, I suppose. They listen, though not the physical harm.
I felt
Maybe with the means,
They're-
if not the methods.
I am so sure.
Someone's surely fired up this morning.
Don't feel awkward performing in front of two girls. You may resume.
Yes, ma'am. Facing Encounter.
Esme,
Quite the display.
I gotta talk to you and the rest of the squad real quick.
Thanks.
Fired up this
It's
morning,
always
are
this
we?
intense with me. All right. Hmm?
Hmm.
What's up, Teach?
Nothing in particular. Simply checking in. And of those currently present, you were by far the most of a spectacle.
Well, what can I say? I'm the type of person that believes if you train your body intensely enough, you'll reach limits that you never thought were possible. I learned that from watching Carver all the time.
Really? An excellent mindset to carry.
Yeah. Yep. That's why I don't just half-ass my training. When it comes to everything, you always gotta be prepared. And I want to be the best out there, Teach.
Well, I look forward to seeing what else you can show me. Work hard, cadet. Work hard. Indeed it did. Let us not be late.
Hey. Bye.
Hello.
Oh, God. Public speaking. Oh, God. I am perfectly ready. I am poised. I am calm. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to forget my lines.
I honestly...
Gonna get into position so I can actually review my notes. Ah, wonderful. So, today we are going to be learning the art of elvish reverie. The practice. Not an art, it's more of a practice.
You stop stabbing yourself
see.
and keep becoming
Very expensive. Yo, Gallant first! Bitch, I can't see.
Yo!
I fast to my squad today.
No.
Murdered me.
Hey, we have to be at attention before.
Oh, fuck, you're right. I felt like sitting, sorry. Doing a fancy lean.
Well done, cadet.
Wonderful.
Oh, okay.
I just found Crystal telling me on information now.
Perfect.
I believe we're now waiting for professors.
Yes.
That's a good thing to have to wait on, isn't it?
I believe I saw Albrecht, Minerva for sure, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe I saw Essor as well.
Understand.
Here they are.
Very well. You may be seated, accepting the squad. Yesterday, rather, a few days ago, you had a lesson from our esteemed Professor Finn. I hope that you took this time not only to recover physically, those of you that were injured, but also mentally. I hope that you have had a chance to reflect on the lesson that was taught. And today we learn a single step towards preventing such things from overtaking you in the future. Today you will have a lesson from your esteemed Professor Berion. I believe it will be happening in the stadium, but I'll leave that to you to explain. But first, we have some business to take care of. Cadet Caceres, front and center. Cadets, the other day you chose to speak up in class to the point where you disturbed a lesson that could save your fellow cadets and their very minds. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Address your class.
I humbly apologize for interrupting the lesson. This is not normal for me. It was a really bad day, but I have... It is an explanation and not an excuse. I'll make sure it never happens again.
And?
Please accept my apology, Finn. Professor Finn. I should not have shown that sort of disrespect to a superior. It'll never happen again.
Surprising.
Your apology is accepted.
Thank you, sir.
Turn to your squad. Today, due to Cadet Caceres' actions, as well as Ignis's, well, their inability to help control one of their own, they will be swabbing the decks and the outer ships at the docks today until they shine and I can see my face in them. You'll do this after class, and you'll report to me personally or one of the professors to assess your work. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Professor Finn, do you have anything you wish to say?
If you do not mind. I wish to make it very clear that the darkness will not wait. It will not stop and ask you how you are feeling today.
My heart's
It will not
racing.
stop and ask your fellow cadet next to you how you are feeling today.
I'll be fine.
Keep this in mind next time you decide to interrupt my class.
Wonderful.
And I do appreciate your apology. And I wish to make it very clear that this was not one of my punishments. The administration took it into their own hands, and next time one of you cause issue within one of my classes, I will make it more personal. And trust me, my punishments won't be so light as cleaning. Thank you.
Berion?
Of course. Good morning, everyone. I have a unique lesson for you all today, about a practice that many within Aldoria see to almost daily. Some know it by a few different names, the trance, but also by reverie. Cadet Leander, can you step forward, please?
Yes, sir?
Are you familiar with reverie? To my understanding, you've practiced it before.
Of course, I still often do, actually.
Wonderful.
Puts my mind at ease.
Then for the sake of this demonstration, I'll be asking for your assistance to see to the others as I go about my instruction. Is this acceptable?
Of course.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Please return to your seat. Now then, I understand that this is going to be much, how do I put, less active than many of you are used to for your training. However, I assure that this is a skill that will improve several aspects of not only rest, but also emotional and mental well-being, as we move on to more advanced classes. That said, and I will explain why in more detail, if any of you have a physical possession, a trinket, something small that reminds you of home, or some other, well, fond memory. I will be allowing each of you about 10 minutes to fetch this item and then bring it to the stadium as we begin the instruction. That will be all.
You have your orders. Go retrieve your things and meet in the stadium. 10 minutes. Go. Professors, if I may, just a moment
Of course.
while we're here. In the future of a outburst of that kind, please remove the student immediately. Bring them to me. This is a warning
Noted.
to them, and should take it seriously. I won't have them interrupting or disrespecting any of you. You are their superiors, and they should treat you all with respect. Understood?
Of course.
Yes, Deputy Headmistress.
Don't have anything with me like that.
I miss the days when someone would just raise their hand with a question, a genuine question, and not an outburst.
I would definitely don't want to be.
Well, we'll have to get back to those days, won't we?
I'm good.
Little by little.
With luck, today we'll have several questions. I hope that I'm prepared for them. Well then, I should head to the stadium. Unless we have
I'll
some
keep
early
the
birds.
I'll keep the lesson to you then, Professor.
You haven't really exchanged material well.
How have you been, Esther?
Yeah, spirit.
She's very much the spiritual type. No pun intended.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yes, sir.
My
So
apologies.
every other day.
I have been able to do some reading and research in the past few days about what you spoke to me of. If you have time after the lesson, I'll share with you what I found.
Of course, sir. I'll come and find you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready for the day?
Hello? Who's this? Who is this? Hello? Auburn, hello? Okay, I need to check my notes. I need my notes. There we are. Spent so long writing it, and now that it's time, I'm not remembering anything. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be great. It's going to be fucking awesome. Now then, let's get to it. I have a few minutes. What time is it? How much? We'll say, yeah, so 9:30 is when we'll ring the horn. Or blow the horn. Same thing. Ring a horn, blow a bell.
I'm glad that warning did not have to go to my own squadron. I'd be ashamed of you if that came out of any of you.
Of course, Captain.
Silver, would you mind if we have a chat sometime today? I have a few
Not at all.
questions. Thank you.
Another day, another lesson.
Morning, Anna.
That's the last of them.
This is everyone then?
Might want to move
I
closer.
believe-
Ah, there you go.
2 more from Chrysanthemum are almost here, sir.
As they are
Yeah.
just behind you. Wonderful.
Yep. Just coming through the portal as I was. I'm just faster.
Everyone
Oh,
can hear me
looks like
clearly.
Six is missing.
We weren't 10 minutes. We weren't even 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Nice
Wonderful.
fun.
Perfect. Now then, let us begin. As I said, today we are going to be going over and practice very common in Aldoria, and well, across much of Elvish culture. There are a few different names for it: the trance, reverie, Elvish meditation, but regardless of the name, the effects are rather consistent, both for the mind, the body, and there are some who would say for the soul itself. The art of reverie is something that is very dear, and something that I hope a few of you may be able to achieve today. I am not expecting to see success. Let me make this clear. Especially from those of you who have very, well, storied histories and far-off cultures. This may seem very alien for you, but a step of progress, especially if you wish to continue the practice. Now, I will give a few words of caution, I should say. Reverie is something that can be uncomfortable at times, as the practice itself is to delve into and relive one's own memories quite vividly. This is one reason why many elves do their best to see that they live very long, joyous lives, thus to improve their chances of experiencing a positive memory during their reverie. To help influence this, I advise that some of you bring upon a personal possession that you are fond of. Hopefully this will bring you some inspiration and a closer focus. Otherwise, once within reverie, those who perceive you from the outside will note a few strange things. One of which is most of the time your eyes are open, and, mysteriously, you are still conscious, as similar as this can perceive towards one sleeping. Thus, there have been awkward situations where a companion, unknowing of the practice, has been very surprised in believing that their elvish companion has dropped dead beside him throughout the night, rather than just simply going about his daily trance. So perhaps consult your traveling companions before committing to the practice. From personal experience, I strongly advise that. Now then, any questions so far in particular? I'll go over a few more pointed details, but none. Quite cultured then, are we? Then, a few more small points. It should be noted that this is by no means a magical art or some sort of arcane skill. This is simply a state of mind achieved by practice. I would like each of you, with your squads, to space out. Sit down within your groups and I will address you directly to help you understand the exact instructions and feeling that we're striving for. Understood?
Aye,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Dismissed. Space out at your leisure, please.
All right.
I going? We can head over to the left somewhere.
Same place we went before. Go ahead.
Follow you.
Professor
Leander?
Barry,
Don't worry about it, Coach.
Yes.
We'll
Can I
join you
help you?
shortly.
Are you going to?
are you not concerned that perhaps some of the less refined minds and recent trauma may bring up less than ideal memories?
So they're going there. They're going there. They're going
Each day is a step towards
probably in
healing.
the corner. They're going there.
It is
What
Agreed.
about here? What do you think?
my
Yeah, we'll
hope
see.
that this will
I'm
give them
probably
one more
curious.
tool to assist
What is
themselves.
Maze going to get?
And if there are any who are struggling, we'll be seeing to them, won't we, Cadet?
Yeah.
Another reason why I advise they bring personal items.
Very well.
I hope this goes well this time.
Well,
So, as I said, I'll be addressing each squad individually. Likely going...
More memories to the forefront of our mind. Hooray.
We'll go clockwise. I'll give them the instructions, and once they've begun their attempts, I'll move on. Would you mind straggling behind for just a moment to help with anyone who seems to be struggling
I
in
hope
achieving
so.
it? And if there are any
About this
concerns,
stuff.
as Professor Albrecht has,
Well, we can prepare. I
please
guess.
fetch me immediately.
He's
Likewise.
just worried a lot.
Minerva, as the students
Mm-hmm.
delve into the trance, would you
So what
mind
items did you guys pick?
fetching me if you spot anyone struggling or having a negative effect?
well,
I will.
there's nothing
Wonderful,
really I
thank you.
have from home since
Well then.
hell kind of sucks.
Should have brought a cheesy bacon then.
Let us begin then.
And have you guys like ruined it or something? No way.
Well, I see everyone's already seated. Is everyone comfortable?
Yeah, sure.
Comfortable as I'll ever be.
Well, first off, assume a position which you find comfortable. You're going to be holding this for a few minutes. Keep that in mind.
Ooh, excellent.
A lean
All right,
may be
don't mind if I
difficult.
do.
Laying down is fine. Now then.
Best class ever already.
I understand that meditation is something much slower than many of you are used to, so I will not take offense if anyone falls asleep. This is actually common amongst beginners. I might stir you awake, though, if I notice you snoring. This said. Now then. Close your eyes. Try to be calm. And for now, focus on your breathing. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Try to keep this momentum. Calm. Perhaps inconsistent. But always there. Let the sounds around you blend. Let your feelings, your senses flood over you. This lightness, numbness, you're likely fighting it instinctively, but it is precisely the feeling that you are looking for. Do your best to embrace it. Try to think of the now, the present. Let that thought, this instant, branch out. Try to visualize this spider web of memory before you as it travels across your mind. Follow it. And I look forward to hearing where it leads you. Good. Wonderful.
I'm just learning.
Of
Hope you don't
course.
mind.
I'll be repeating the same process 5 times, so don't expect originality each.
Fine by me.
We can all stand at
Hello,
attention.
Galleons. How are we? No, stay seated. You're precisely where I
okay,
need
fair.
you. Oh,
All right.
huge trinkets in this group. Wonderful. Glad to see it. Now then, I see that some of you are already comfortable, but for now, I want each of you to assume a position that you're comfortable in holding for several minutes. So no squats, no strange balancing acts or leaning. Make sure you have a firm foundation. Lying down is also acceptable. Many elves actually commission furniture for this. Marble benches, circles of pillows. It is something to delve into for a few hours, after all. But for you today, it will just be for a few minutes. Any immediate concerns before we begin?
Actually, yes.
Yes.
You said this was reliving memories. Obviously, the goal being good ones.
Preferably.
How will we steer that? And should we be worried, for example, in Misty's case, if
Is there,
you know
is
she
there any
we were
trick
you know
or tip to
make
catch
sure we don't go
those
down the
happy
negative path?
memories? Yeah.
Well, that is where we have our own compatriots to look out for.
Okay.
I've already instructed both
So just
Minerva and Cadet Leander to look out for anyone. Leander delves into the trance often as I do. She will know if you're struggling.
All right.
And should she see it, she will stir you from it.
Okay.
A brief shake should be enough to pull someone out of the trance. Now then. As for the precise memories, well, that is why I've recommended a piece of inspiration. Something fond. Shall we begin then?
Understand.
Now,
Yes, sir.
I want each of you to close your eyes and for now focus on your breathing. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. Try to keep this pace best you can. Steady, calming, consistent like a tide. Always there. Let your senses wash over you. Let the sounds and the songs of the world blend in your ear. And this feeling, almost like falling, floating, you're likely fighting it instinctively. Embrace this. This is just what you're looking for. Focus on this moment right now, this instant. Let it crack. Spiderweb across your mind and follow any one of these new roads across memory and see where it leads you. Good. Good. And that makes two. Good morning, Agnes. How are we?
Well, step one is
Hi,
here.
Professor.
Now, I don't want to keep Crystal Thorn and Ardenvale waiting too terribly long. So best we get started, shall we? Wonderful. Is everyone comfortable?
Yes, sir.
I see a few trinkets. Ah, of course you would bring this. Now then, I want everyone to sit down in a way that they're comfortable in holding for several minutes. No leaning, no strange balancing acts, lest you make a fool of yourself. And are there any immediate concerns or questions before we begin?
Well, I did have one.
Of course.
Professor Silver did answer some in her fashion, but I was curious as to your words.
Of course.
We all are familiar with meditation in some form. What it is are we looking for exactly to achieve?
Reverie is a method that many races with longer lifespans can use in order to preserve memories, both fond, address old wounds, perhaps. Even should some of you end up reliving a negative moment, this is a way of understanding it as well. And, with hope and time, accepting what has happened in the past and building upon it.
Okay, one more question.
Of course.
Since this sounds like it's a lengthy process, one that takes many years to achieve.
It can. I do not
What would
expect
be
success
our
this session.
immediate goals for the short term for this?
For the short term, what we'll be looking for is achieving the proper state of mind. Once we reach this, we can start delving into memory proper. And, should any of you wish to resume the practice, or pursue it, I would be more than glad to help give more particular instruction. This is an opportunity to see interest as well.
Alright, that's all I have.
Wonderful. I hope I've been instructive enough. Anyone else? Then let us begin. For immediately, close your eyes and focus on your breathing. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. A steady, calm pattern. Inconsistent, but welcome like a tide. Let the sounds of the world and its songs blend within your ear. Let the senses of yourself wash over your mind. You may experience a strange lightness. Feels like you're falling out of yourself. This is exactly what we're looking for. Try to catch it. Embrace it. Now, we're going to focus on the present. Think of where you are in this very instant, this moment. Concentrate hard and let this thought crack into a spider web across memory. Visualize and pursue any one of these roads you've just made. And when you're ready, delve in and see what awaits you of your own past. Very good. Congratulations, Leander. You can assist Galliant in reaffirming the meditation. Thank you.
I am. Well, at least I didn't fall through.
When you doing it?
Oh, I was going to, but
No, you have
this
to
is
do
gonna
it
be-
like this, open, like
Oh.
underpalmed.
Hello.
Oh, Professor.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting over long. How are we all doing, Captain?
All right.
Glad to hear. Everyone comfortable?
Comfortable can be, I suppose.
No trinkets in this group. Very well.
I have one.
Oh,
yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
my stab.
If it brings you
Depends.
fond memories, then yes. Understood. Wonderful. Now then, before we begin, are there any immediate questions or concerns?
Yes, how?
How?
How? How do we into this?
I'm about to
Stage.
tell you. And mostly
Okay,
practice.
that was the question.
Wonderful. Very astute of you, Squadleader Stark. I look forward to your curiosity.
Thank you, sir.
Now then, before Arden Vale falls asleep, before I even get there, let's be off, shall we? Now, I would like everyone to assume a position that they are comfortable in holding for several minutes. No balancing acts, no strange leaning of any sort. If you fall over and onto one of your compatriots, well, you're the one responsible for explaining why their meditation didn't work. But regardless, let's get started, shall we? Everyone, close your eyes. And for now, we're going to focus on breathing. Slowly. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Envision waves on the beach, the tide, its ebb and flow. Inconsistent but steady. Strange but welcome. Listen to the world around you. Its hymns and its songs. Let these blend together. Allow the senses of your form, yourself. Let them wash over you. As we start to focus, you may feel out of place somehow, falling, floating. Are you flying right now? Some of you might be fighting this instinctively, this fear of falling, but I assure you, this is the very thing that we are pursuing. Once you've reached it, embrace it, and keep it close. Start focusing on the now, where you are in this instant. Concentrate this thought into a singular point. And when it cracks into a spider web of cross-memory, delve into any one of these roads you've just freshly made. Pursue it in any direction you wish. There is no wrong road. There is no true end of these. And see where your journey takes you. Into your past. Is it a moment you're fond of? Something you've forgotten? Embrace it nonetheless. And remember, very good.
Does that make you happy?
And how are we doing, Ardenvale? I hope you haven't fallen asleep waiting for me.
No, sir.
Wonderful. Everyone seems to be doing rather well. Now then, I understand this is something that might be a little alien for some of you. Are there any questions, concerns, curious thoughts of the like? None at
I
all.
guess,
Hmm?
I guess one question would be, what's the difference of revelry from just normal meditation?
Meditation is something that is focused in one finding a momentary calm within themselves. And through this, one pursues enlightenment with this fresh state of mind that they delve into. Reverie takes much of this foundation, but goes deeper into the mind and in one's own history. Races that have longer lifespans, such as those, of course, can actually use reverie as a very potent memory tool. Do I remember offhand what precisely I was doing 130 years ago? No. But through reverie, I can find it again. And through this, many of us can preserve a sense of self. Be reminded of a good deed you did. Something rewarding that you cherished. And even if you do find something painful, well, understanding a moment is required in order to heal from it. I hope this answers the question.
Yes. And it also looks like one of the cadets just came in.
Anyone I need to worry about? Ah, I'm sure Leander will be able to assist her. If not myself, once I'm done with you. Pardon. Now then. Any other questions?
Yes, sir. How do you get to that? I mean, I understand the idea of
Achieving it.
meditation. Is it just, yeah?
Well, I'm about to consult all of you on how to right now. I do not.
Sorry.
It's perfectly fine. I do not expect any of you to fully invoke a memory. But if you do, be sure to tell me. I was not successful my first time. Surely. And if any of you wish to continue the practice, simply let me know. I'll be overjoyed for sharing the art with you. Are we all ready?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now, I would like everyone to assume a position that they're comfortable with holding for several minutes. So no strange leaning, no balancing acts. You're free to lay down if you wish to. Again, this is meant to be restful.
Well, in that case, I'll do what everyone always used to say they know me for.
Sleeping?
Laying down, but sure, we'll go with that one too.
If any of you have brought a trinket with you, a souvenir of your life, think of it dearly. Why is it important to you? Why have you brought it this day? And we shall begin. Immediately, we're going to focus on breathing. Slow. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Like the tide coming onto the beach. Steady. Calming. Curious, but welcome. Let your senses flow over you. All these aspects of yourself. Listen to the sounds and the song of the world around you. Let these blend together. Next, we're going to focus on the now. Where are you this very instant, this singular moment? Gather this thought, collect it into a small bead, and concentrate hard. Put all of your will into both understanding and capturing this instant until it breaks, until these cracks of memory spiderweb into every possible direction. Do you see this road you've made, these countless turns and twists? You've made this yourself. Look around you. Realize how infinite this truly is, all these turns, all these paths and possible journeys. Every single one of them is the right destination. Make your choice and step forward. And to what memory does it lead? What moment? Is it a joyous victory? Has someone welcomed you home? Or is it perhaps something you've forgotten? Welcome it all the same. Very good. Very good.
Well, actually,
Vanguard, I see you've
Professor
roused
Simon.
yourself early. Something wrong?
Oh, no, just.
he's doing,
Yes.
I guess, a good job, but
Jamie, can you hear me? It's going to start shaking you. Should jostle you out of it.
Hi, I'm Jamie.
Hello. Are you with us?
be okay.
Stand for me, cadets, please. Curious.
Maybe you better get him out of that, sir.
Reverie is easy to
I
disrupt.
don't know if that.
A few shakes or smack should be enough to pull him free from it. There you are. There you are.
Oh.
A deep sleep? Oh, really? Had me quite worried there, cadet. Hello?
Oh, jeez.
You did really good.
Wonderful.
Nice job, Jamie.
Did you see something fondly?
Good job, Jamie.
I guess.
Ready to stand?
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how he was talking normally for a second there. Then he reverted back to normal.
Oh. Does anyone wish to share?
What?
Did anyone succeed in visiting a memory? There's no shame if you didn't. I, for one, was not successful on my first time.
I had a hard time.
Yeah, it was definitely hard for me to grasp. I fell asleep like twice.
This is actually common. Do not fret about it. However, enjoy your nap.
Okay.
That said, it is rarely that sleeping is an achievement, but don't tell the other professors I've been teaching you this. Now then, I'm going to go check on the
Yes, sir.
others. I believe Ignis had someone who had difficulty earlier, but we shall see.
Oh, by the way, make sure you check your leg as well, too, sir.
Yes, I'm losing track
His
of
leg's fine.
myself, as it were. That said.
It's transient by itself. Let it be.
Well, now then, I'm going to see to the others, but should any of you wish to practice the art more thoroughly in the future, I welcome any of you, should you wish to practice it thoroughly.
Yes, sir.
Well then.
Do you want us to stay here, Professor, or?
I believe that my particular teaching is finished for the moment. You're free to either remain here and consult with your
Alright.
peers about what they've found, or I will allow you to be dismissed. Up to you. I will leave it to your squad leader to make the decision.
Alright.
Okay.
You know, I've always wondered something. Okay, alright.
Let's see. Well, I hear some of you bantering.
Yep.
Now let us
We
see.
were going over what we were thinking of.
May have to disturb those of you who have achieved the trance, but it's going to start making you
Hello.
How long were you playing possum like this, I wonder?
A minute.
Well done.
Look, sometimes you just gotta give them a bit of a slap, you know?
Yeah.
Cadet Bile, can you hear me?
You-
I can hear you.
Rise and shine, cadets. Rise and shine.
Bye was about to, like, pass the fuck out.
Everyone stand, please, lest you fall asleep on the ground once
Yes,
more.
ma'am.
Now, from the looks of it, I do not believe anyone was able to achieve the trance. This is fine.
We did the first
Kinda were.
Feel.
Yeah. Does it
I
just
just
feel like you're
thought
remembering
memories.
things? Yeah, you're just exploring your memories and
attempting to relive a moment of your own life, yes.
Hmm.
Do not fret of it. Regardless, meditation on its own foundation is calming. And I certainly was not successful my first attempt in delving into reverie, I can say this. As I've offered to all the others, if any of you do wish to practice the art thoroughly or continue pursuing it, simply ask me, or perhaps even Cadet Leander, and we'll be more than happy to assist you in delving into the more intricate details of it. If any of you seem to be struggling...
Maybe we can add this to our squad activities.
Perhaps.
Since she might be joining us for those as well, so...
We can use it to be mixed.
Wonderful.
And yes, we do.
Now then, as for this particular teaching, I have no more to share with you. You are free to remain here, discuss with your peers about what you found, what you felt. Or, should your squad leader wish, see to other assignments. But, for my own jurisdiction, you're dismissed. Unless there are other questions anyone wishes to address.
Are other people still doing it? Because we might have been going to the range, but
I
we don't want the loudness
preferably avoid the range for the moment.
Good, then I will pull that off later then.
I appreciate it. I am breaking everyone out of the trance just now. If you see Ardent Vale roaming about, then you're free to go.
Oh, they're the last ones? Fair enough, sir.
Going clockwise for this particular exercise.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
I hope that this is helpful for you in
We
some
can also
way.
return our objects.
No, man.
We could return our objects, and then should we...
You're really bad with naming.
Let's see.
Does your scar have a name or not?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because if your
Professor.
scar has a
Hello,
name, then
Professor
Barry.
She's just
Barry.
I'm getting bullied.
We're working right now, Esme. Let's see. I see a few of you bantering, a few looking around, but these two seem rather in tune with themselves. Victor, you're with us, yes? And Vivina is going to nudge your shoulder, try to stir you. Vivina, can you hear me? It's time to come out. Should be simple enough, and for those of you around, if anyone is in reverie and you need to disturb them, wake them from it, an abrupt shake, any real way you'd, well, surprise someone awake. Be polite about it, however. I'm going to start shaking you a little bit from the shoulder. Come on now.
Sorry.
This is fine. Such things are expected. It appears that someone was successful. No, this is wonderful, actually. Let's see. And the professor seems to be seeing to himself. We shall let him be for now. Let's rise, everyone. Stand, please. Vivina. Very well.
Oh.
Leander, if you would be able to
That might
see
be
to the other
dangerous.
groups, please.
I spoke in my head, sorry. You're so cool.
Perfectly fine. Now then, I see that there was one individual. Professor Asa, we shall leave be for now. He's not part of the instruction. I'll rouse him if he doesn't
keep an
wake
eye
by
on him.
the... Yes, we'll rouse him if he doesn't wake by the end of the full exercise. Now then. It appears that one individual of your squad was successful, surprisingly so. Is anyone here experiencing an amount of difficulty, any sort of misunderstanding? Or perhaps you achieved it and were broken from it? Any thoughts?
I think I had it for a bit.
And then I got startled and awoke.
Did you experience a memory?
Hmm.
And Vivina, yourself?
I wanted to chase a dream.
Anyone else? Victor, Chips, Esme? Do you believe any of you came close? Do you believe that you've achieved the trance, or perhaps not in this particular... Really? 3 successes in one group.
What are you considering a success, Professor? Just curious.
If you achieve
achieving
reverie,
a memory or achieving reverie?
achieving reverie and reliving a memory, a moment of your life, is seen as a success in this particular situation. It will feel very real for you, quite vivid in all your aspects of perception, touch, smell, sight. You are completely delved into that instance. At least, in all manners except physically. Which is another reason why it is important to inform your compatriots if you delve into it, because if anyone were to stumble on the professor here, they might be rather concerned in why he is not addressing the world around him. Now then, are there any immediate questions or thoughts? For those of you who achieved it, would you like to share your memory with us? Any volunteers?
No.
Some memories can be very private.
What if
I will
the-
expect this.
What if the memory always leads to a bad one?
A negative moment is something that needs to be understood properly and wholly before we can truly accept our own past and to build upon it. Anything can be turned into a strength with the right understanding. It will not be easy or quick, but it is rare that reverie will return you to the same instance. It's like tossing darts blindly at a wall. You never are quite sure where you'll land. I see. Now then, if there are no other immediate comments or concerns, this is all I have for you for this particular lesson. Take the...
Is it possible to do this without a memory?
Without memory? That would go fundamentally against what the practice is attempting to achieve, as we are very much attempting to relive a moment, to remember a moment, and through it, refresh ourselves in our own sense of self. If you find an individual who is struggling with memory, struggling to ascertain who they themselves are, this practice can actually lead to a great deal of healing for these particular persons. But enough of my rambling. I see Crystal Thorn has already roused themselves. That is all I have for you today. You are free to discuss with your peers about your individual findings, exchange thoughts, or should your squad leaders decide, you are free to see to other activities for your day. But, as for my own jurisdiction, you are dismissed.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I check on Professor Esther like you advised, could maybe we go one direction or the other? I'm going to hold his sword when I wake him, but I wouldn't want him to swing.
Yeah, we should back up.
No, we're getting out of the way.
Yeah.
I
Thank you
leave
so
this
much.
to
Like,
you
yeah.
particularly,
I got it.
Minerva. Thank you.
It.
Be safe, please.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna do it yet, but in a moment I'll slowly grab his sword hand so that way he can't swing and take out half the Colosseum.
Well, I'm sure you will be able to handle it, but worry, I shall all the same. I see. Hello, Crystal Thorn. I see that we are all up and
Hello,
about.
Professor.
It seems that no one
Yes,
has
sir.
been able to achieve the trance for this particular instance.
believe they
Leona
awoke
came by and
us.
told us to wake them.
Really? Oh, so she's rousing them early. I see. Well then. Does anyone here believe that they were able to achieve the trance? Did anyone Really?
I guess.
Anyone
Since they woke
else?
me up, I suppose.
Did anyone
Just
find
temporarily count.
themselves? Yes. This particular practice of reverie is only for a few minutes long. However, the art properly is actually done across several hours. It is
Do that every night.
wonderfully. Well, let's see. So it was 1, 2, 3. Were you able to?
No.
It is no shame in it. I very much was not able to achieve reverie in my first few attempts. But, does anyone here wish to share their memory? I understand that most persons' past is rather private. I will respect this. Understood. Well then, while you were within the trance, you likely found perception, reality, quite blurred. Every sense was telling you that you were there. Everything seemed very real. You very well could have been there. Perhaps not physically. But, regardless of the finer details, I'm actually very surprised and jubilant, actually, with how many successes we've had with only a single session. Much potential indeed. Well, enough of my personal celebration, though. If any of you wish to pursue practicing the art going into the future, I very much welcome anyone. Should they require precise instruction, if you are having a particular difficulty, I will be more than happy to help you in any way that I can. And for those of you who believe that this is completely boring hogwash and elvish sorcery, well, I hope you enjoyed your nap. But regardless,
Thank you for the lesson, Professor.
I'm more than glad to share. I'm sure that my other lectures will be a little bit more involved. Yes?
Just out of curiosity.
Of course.
You may not know. Has there ever been, to your knowledge, items that can cause trance or inflicted on others?
Similar to precisely reverie, I know that there are some items that can assist in one achieving the state, but it is rarely magical in its nature. Again, this is not a magical effect, this is not a spell, this is a state of mind. It is very common that elves will commission special furniture, circles of pillows, a couch made of marble, special smelling salts, anything that helps bring them calm, especially persons that are troubled. But as for magical effects, perhaps if you fancy yourself an enchanter, the possibility is there, but nothing stirs my mind immediately. Well then, if there are no other immediate questions, or even concerns, that is all that I have for you today, and I'm getting ahead of myself, pardon. If your squad leaders have a different activity in mind for you, they are free to assign it. Or, an alternative, you're free to discuss with your peers over your thoughts, what you found, perhaps some of your struggles. I will leave this to your squad leaders to decide, and for you to discuss. For my own jurisdiction, however, you are dismissed. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now then, last but certainly not least.
I want to write down basically everything that I'm doing.
I
Weird.
see
That's
one
all right.
stirred, two stirred, three, and let's see. Cadet Mason, are you with us? This is a good example, actually, even if he is asleep. If you ever need to rouse someone from the trance, it is actually rather simple. Any form of physical jarring, sudden movements, these sorts of things, will pull someone from the trance rather easily. Keep in mind, however, that when someone is pulled out of reverie, they will likely be very concerned. Again, they are fully experiencing a moment. What he may be experiencing in memory is very real to him in this moment. Or, if he's dreaming of a faraway beach and a drink in his hand, well, we'll apologize for disappointing him, shall we? Going to start shaking you awake. Come on now, cadet. Come back to us. There we are. Hello. Are you with me?
Yes.
Welcome back, cadet. Can you stand? Yeah. How are we all feeling? Please, stand. Let's get you off that dirty ground, shall we? How are we feeling? Firstly, does anyone believe that they achieved the trance? Did anyone experience a memory? And even if you didn't, there is no shame in this. Reverie can take some time to completely gather oneself around. So, in that case, I hope you enjoyed your nap. One of the few times that we'll be able to let you sleep on the job, as it were, and I hope the Minerva doesn't sell me out. Now then. Oh, just going about the rest of the
I
debriefing.
hope I don't.
Hope you don't sell me out for letting them sleep on the job. It's perfectly fine.
I was trying to focus on a memory, and I feel like I could see it, but I don't feel I experienced it. I just felt like remembering.
It was more yourself. You were trying to think of a moment rather than you were living it. This is fine. As I said, the practice can be difficult for some, especially unquiet minds. Or rather, those who like to run about rambunctiously and enjoy their days in the instant rather than sitting around and listening to some elf go about nonsense. But, regardless. Does anyone here have a particular question? Is there something that may seem strange, something you're struggling with? Some things are simply come of practice. I see a few thinking faces.
What if you feel like there's a wall mentally might be blocking?
A barrier of some sort. That is a bit of an odd question. And do you mean this as a visualization, this wall, or do you actually feel that something is resisting you?
More so a visualization. The personal. Like I can't allow myself to go any further.
This might be a moment of, what is the word? might be a moment of fear, honestly, of something new. Hesitation. Anxiety, perhaps. There's several things that can prevent oneself from delving deep into memory, especially if they fear what they may find. This hesitation, this can distract you. Make you feel like you're holding yourself back. It is a matter of comfort in practice. There are some physical items that can help when achieving the trance. It is very common for elves in Aldoria to commission furniture, circles of pillows, couches made of marble. Well, for the nobles at least. And smelling salts.
That sounds so uncomfortable.
It depends on how it's formed and fitted. I've tried one. It's actually quite nice. Ellen.
It's directly through. Never mind, sir. Sorry.
Perfectly fine. You're the last group. We're not being held up by any means, so we can take our time. Are there any questions, thoughts, concerns? Or comment even? Regardless, should any of you wish to continue to learn the practice, or perhaps want instruction as you continue your attempts, I am more than willing to assist however I can. To give advice, instruction. I am actually very pleased to see that we have had several successes amongst your peers. It is quite surprising, honestly. But regardless. That is all I have for the lesson today. Should your squad leader have an activity planned, please consult them, or you are free to mingle and exchange thoughts with your peers. But, as far as my jurisdiction as professor keeps you, you're dismissed. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, sir.
Over.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
How was Esor? Was he actually meditating, or was he asleep?
You to scatter?
Asleep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Matt,
I actually have to talk with him about something.
He was remembering something, a very good memory, but it seemed like he was asleep. He woke up being, "Don't touch my sword." I was like, okay. I was touching your hands, but you know.
I guess I'll let you.
Well,
Yeah, I'll see you around.
Huh, well, this actually works rather well.
Because I got Tucker earlier. Yes, sir.
At ease, don't worry. I was able to do some reading over the last few days. I hope I do not completely disappoint, but from what you've been describing, these motes, these lights, as far as I can tell, this is very similar to a practice of divination. Simply detecting magic in its own sense. That is as close as I can find. However, your particular description is alien to this. I've consulted Minerva, and what you said to me. Her having true sight, perhaps you may be able to compare what you're envisioning in each other's eyes. It's difficult for me to understand, as I do not share this form of sight. But
I see.
But, the limitations of mind, if you remember with the Church of Yimra, is that if the illusion is of the mind itself, and you're seeing it through your mind and your perspective, I can't see it. So if it's something that is responding to magic within only you, then I won't be able to see it. But if it exists in this plane and affects others, and others could see it, then I would be able to. So if it's something that your mind is manifesting, I won't be able to help. I may be able to narrow down what it could be based on your description for how other people describe things. But if you see it, are you seeing anything now, or can you describe the state that you're in when
Yes.
you notice something.
Well,
Where are you looking?
all around us. There's maybe 1, 2,
Squiddy,
5, 6,
Arbor
7, 8, 9,
here
10, 11,
is
12, 13,
precisely what you're envisioning.
15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 23,
Dozens.
25. Yeah, at least a dozen or two, sometimes three. It's usually around that amount at any point in time of the day within my immediate vicinity. They are small,
Thank you,
about the size
Squiddy.
of the end of my pinky. They are just little glowing balls of light, multicolored. They didn't used to be. They changed when we were in Currytown last. I
Now,
noticed
are
they were
these-
suddenly just multicolored.
Since light is your affinity, if I remember correctly, does it
Yes.
seem familiar to you in its makeup and its colors?
I guess. I mean, they just seem like small little balls of light. Sort of like the ones I make, if I could.
Yes.
Sort of like this,
So
but much smaller
I
and
seen the
less
small little flecks
radiant.
that came out. So like this, but smaller. Could it be a visual manifestation of what you're capable of?
Maybe, but
Like a...
I mean, this doesn't have
It
any sort of
almost
tactility.
remind-
I was able to grab
No.
these.
Can you grab the ones
This-
that you see?
Yes.
She has mentioned being
Because
able
I'm
to
keeping my
interact
true
with
sight
them, at
off
least
now,
in a
because I want to
limited
be...
state.
Because I want to keep my true sight off and just rely on your description specifically for now.
Sure.
So that way I can understand your perspective as thorough as possible. I don't want to have any bias visually, only an understanding of the process.
I understand, ma'am. Let's see here.
So you can see yourself
Can
grabbing
you-
them.
Yes, I can feel it as well.
Can you make them combine together or grow larger, like your original light?
I've never tried combining them together. I tried introducing it to the magic from my hands, but it dissolved in and it felt like a jolt of energy almost.
Did it feel
sort of like
foreign?
when Mason does his little like zappy thing. I've
Did it
never
feel
felt anything
foreign?
like it before.
Did it feel uncomfortable or something natural? Like, think of it like a foreign object entering your body as opposed to food. Well, you can't eat.
I do eat, ma'am.
You do eat? Okay.
Yes. I
Okay.
just generally don't do it very frequently.
Okay. So I'm basically looking for a way to figure out a way to describe it and how it interacts with you and how you feel. Because a lot of it is, well, your own emotions to it. So many people are very emotional when it comes to their magic in a good way. So it's like, does it feel natural or does it feel foreign? Sometimes things that feel natural have a different way to combine. Like if you were able to try and combine them together. So if you can grab them, can you move them from side to side around with your hand? Or is it just a grab?
I mean, I've been able to push them around and grab them, but
So when you say push, are you physically touching it or is it pushing to avoid or move with your hands? Or another option? I'm only giving you one or two options that I can think of, so please don't think I'm limiting you to my options.
it
However
would
you can
be
visualize
like if it would be like if I were lightly touching my finger. I can feel something there.
Like just grazing it.
Yes, and it wasn't always like this. I could swat at them all day and they would just continue just doing whatever they were doing, which is just drifting around.
So how long has it been since you've been able to see them?
About a week. Well, see them.
Yes, see them. Be aware of their
I
presence,
first
whether it's
saw
seeing
them
them or feeling them.
when we were getting on the boat to head across the other side of the mountain to the training grounds at the beginning of the year. So it's been
Had you
a
done
few months at
anything?
least.
Have you done anything with your own magic over the summer break, or from the time of the year start to that time?
I hadn't experienced anything new. I tried experimenting over the summer, but didn't really have any breakthroughs. Nothing really changed.
If you will allow, with all of the, well, mischief we've been seeing from Fae lately, it would not surprise me if you've been, well, meddled in some sort. Would you allow me to cast a small charm, see if I can find anything? At least we'll be able to rule it out if we find nothing.
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. Just a moment, please. For this particular instance, I am consulting a DM.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna have to do that, because I can't tell you anything, because I don't know.
Oh, good. Well, he's just going to tell me what I roll, and if I find anything deeper than that. But regardless,
While he's checking for a DM, is this something that Madame would be able to see, or is it through your own vision and mind?
I don't know. You would have to ask a DM. I did not design this.
Okay,
this was Halcifer.
so this is not you at
hello,
all. Okay,
Halcifer.
I'll hit him
Let me
up
have a
after
moment.
the
I'm
fact.
consulting Arbor now.
Purrs. I might have to jump in that channel too, actually.
You will not be finding the same thing that I am delving into.
Oh, we have a moment. I'm gonna recalibrate real quick. 'Cause my hips are going
I believe he's
wonky on
currently
me.
consulting someone in roleplay at the moment, so... But, if I may have your hands, we'll stand awkwardly like this until we have a roll. Wonderful. So, as I said before, I am here with Arbor, now casting Detect Evil. I am checking for things that I found in Vivina the other day. Of course. Understood. Thank you. I believe that will be all for you, Mr. DM. Thank you for your time. Alright, so for the sake of clarity, Oblivious, I got a 13 for you. So, I got the answer I was looking for, but is there anything you wish to share? Are you familiar with the spell Detect Evil?
Detect evil, yes.
Okay. So,
she does not, to my knowledge, unless
so I'm not
this
going to
is
be
something,
finding
of
any
course.
pings of Fae, undead, anything extra planar around you.
Extra
planar.
Yeah. She is very extra planar. Not Fae, not Fiend, not even Celestial. She's something weird.
Primordial? Elemental?
I guess the closest thing would probably be Primordial. She comes from a really weird place.
Yeah, so yeah, if it's living rocks and elementals, then primordial likely. Primal forces of elements, but yes. So you yourself would light up like that. But yes, Berion finds nothing else. Very well. Well.
Hmm.
Glad to
if you
say
have
that
found
I'm
nothing,
not
I would
finding
like.
any other meddling, which leaves us simply
Hmm.
to research
With me
rather
next.
than look for concern.
Can you point me in the direction of where you see the greatest condensation of light, the most particles?
Wonderful.
I mean, they're always moving about, but actually, this way. I'd say there's probably
Okay.
at least 12 in this direction. All multicolored.
Hmm.
Blues, purples, yellows, greens, and reds.
Hmm.
Interesting.
I'll take off my
Usual.
glasses and use my true sight for this.
How can we assist you, Captain Silver?
Nothing that I'm aware of at the moment.
Simply consulting
Don't let me
Arbor with
interrupt.
some questions
Well,
she had for us earlier. Have you
If it
spoken
will help
to
narrow it
the
down.
captain about your developments?
Yes, she was the first I notified
Hmm.
when they first started appearing. I was
Pardon,
concerned
Minerva.
maybe
As
it
you
was
were
I believe
saying.
I have
going
something
crazy or
that.
something.
So I believe this will help narrow it down. When I used my sight, could not see anything, which means that it is something most likely internal to you. Just like with the Church of Ymra and other things, I cannot see what is affecting your mind or any projection of your own magic in your own sight. I can only see once it becomes manifest externally. So, chances are it's something within you. Very likely.
Okay.
You may be awakening into something,
I hope that.
perhaps.
Seeing the
Suppose you might
potential
have been right,
sources
ma'am.
around you to use.
But my apologies that we couldn't provide you with anything more grounded, at least in this stage.
Anything helps. I don't have a great understanding of magic, so this is better than nothing, really.
And of course, if this changes, feel free to reach out to us and we can readdress whatever new clues you run across.
Of course.
Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Could I ask you to do one more thing
problem.
before you leave? Could you try, as you said, you could see them and grab them. Could you try seeing if you can make them reality to us?
Invoking
I
them?
guess I can try, I just wouldn't know how.
Oh.
Interesting.
Who else would we have that would be able to guide for that?
Well, if the root...
I know most of us have a basic understanding, but some are more
If the root is in
strong than others.
divination, I believe Professor Crescent is actually a professional of the field. If you can find her
Yes,
roaming
she just
outside of
popped
the
up a
library,
moment ago.
perhaps she would be able to aid you in this more thoroughly.
Yes, I can try consulting with her. Thank you.
My apologies for tossing you from one professor to the next, but we do what we can.
I'd rather just figure out what it is. Honestly, I don't care how much work I need to put in.
Glad to hear. Well, I'm going to see where else I'm needed, but enjoy your evening, Cadet.
Thank you, sir.
Professor,
Yes,
I'd like to ask you a question.
of
Do you have
course.
a moment?
I'm free now.
Would you tell me more about reverie?
Of course, there's a
About-
particular aspect you're delving into.
Well, given the lesson that was being taught today, I imagine that this is the sort of practice that elves excel at.
Through much practice and, well, it is a part of the culture, very much so.
Would you define for me the difference between meditation and reverie?
Gladly. For meditation, in most practices of it, it is a state of entering a inner calm, as it were, finding balance within oneself. Reverie takes this foundation and expands upon it, or rather, delves deeper into an ideal. Races with longer lifespans can often lose perspective of themselves. Reverie is actually an excellent tool for memory. And for... pardon my words. Reverie is an excellent tool of memory, and for not only sustaining, but perhaps repairing a sense of self. By reliving a memory, either positively or tragically, negatively, when it does happen, it becomes your reality for that short time. And in it, you can find further understanding. Perhaps a positive moment refreshes a sense of accomplishment, reminds you of a good deed once done, and on the other side of the spectrum, a poor memory, perhaps a source of some hardship. By delving into it again, with an older mindset, a different perspective, an older perspective, you will learn something, or come to a better understanding that your younger self could not, thus to help some of the healing process.
So one could say it is about... Well, meditation is about centering oneself and letting go of all your thoughts, letting go of the self, as it were. Reverie is more about accepting all of the self.
Precisely.
Good and bad.
The world is what it is, and in order to change
Your
it,
strengths
we
and
must understand
flaws.
it. Or that we are.
I see. Excellent. I had been asked by some of the students, well, you were working your way around to explain it to them, and I had used those particular words, so I'm glad to hear I did not lead them astray.
I'm glad to hear. Many of the students had rather interesting questions, and I was actually, well, I'm almost celebrating at how many successes we actually had. We had several within Crystal Thorn, one within Ignis.
Oh, truly?
Yes. It is surprising.
Oh,
for within Ignis, the one who seemed deepest within was Vivina. Within Crystal Thorn, I believe it was Mr. Stark. And in Ardent Vale, well, Mr. Mason seemed entranced by something. However, admittingly, I am unsure. He could have very well just fallen asleep. But...
Excellent. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that information.
I'm glad
And
to
your
help
time.
however I can.
Good day.
Good day to you. And if you ever need me, simply ask.
Thank you, Professor.
Certainly much better than my first time trying. They are full of surprises. If you're looking for someone, I believe it's just me at the moment.
Professor, you need something?
I was going to ask you, are you looking for someone?
Yes. I'm just looking for my squad mates. Thank you.
Arbor might be in the library. Ah, wonderful.
Yes, during the day only. When the sun sets, they slowly begin to fade and disappear, and then I don't see them again until the sun rises.
Is this every day?
Your class,
Every
Professor,
day.
how did it go?
Quite
Without
well,
doubt.
I will say. If you don't mind walking and talking with me. Don't want to interfere with the others.
I will do a bit of research, and if I find...
I actually found a few who found success within the trance.
Oh, first time.
Indeed.
That is impressive.
Very much so. It often takes several attempts and a deeper understanding, but perhaps some of the meditation crafts that they've already been shown here throughout other practices, it appears that some of it is carried over.
Would you perhaps be envious, Professor, that they have learned so quickly, and you must have taken so long to learn such things?
My younger self would have been quite jealous, but time has brought some amount of wisdom. At least I hope so. But indeed, a few of them have expressed interest in continuing the practice, and should they need to reach out for me again, I welcome it. And with this...
Your class, it is very... how to put this? Familiar, or not familiar. Could be connected with my own. Perhaps a joint lesson sometime. I would like to learn more of what you teach, more personally.
Of course. Looking at what your own demonstration practiced, there's a few spells that I believe could achieve similar effects, but are, well, leave oneself more exposed. But...
Have you ever tried this trance or meditation that you do while a fear spell is being conducted on you?
I will say that...
Are you aware of the effects of what that may do?
I'm afraid that reverie on its own is not at all something I would recommend against delving off some sort of enchantment. However, those who understand this state of mind, it lays a good foundation for more complex rituals and channelings within abjuration. Thus is the reason why I make it my first lecture within the classes I have planned for the future.
Well, then I look forward to seeing what you have to teach, Professor. Thank you for your time.
And I remain curious for your own practices as well. I look forward to continuing to observe.
Of course.
Enjoy your evening, Professor Finn.
You as well.
I hope we can work quite closely. Easy to keep an eye on you. Now then, where can I find Galliant? The dorms, perhaps? Wait, the range, I believe, is one thing he said. We'll try the dorm first. I don't hear gunfire at the moment. Oh my god, my voice! Fuck! Fucking kill me? My voice. Oh my god, I still have a few hours to go. Pity me! Late bloomer confirmed. Don't tease me. Ah, wonderful. One of the individuals I was looking for.
What? To a woman or get a woman? She should have shown restraint.
Practice.
Yes.
Whoa!
Hey, listen, I can't talk.
Linux, my first.
Yeah, that was a really
Your hair is not long enough, and you're
I'm
not
not
tall
much of
enough.
a
Really
Casanova
I do
myself.
way
I've
too
been
much
rejected
short
many
paperwork for her.
times.
Hello, Professor Berion.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
By the way, Professor.
I wasn't paying overly much attention. Should I have? Yes.
Yeah, go
There was a meeting that you'd wanted to have a few days ago. After the class, you'd kind of called it off because everybody was in a bit of disarray.
I'm trying to recall.
I want to see this.
Don't fuck with
yeah, you want to
spirits.
see
Everyone's in
this?
You'd
disarray.
requested myself and Cadet Collins
I know,
did
come
probably.
on. I know, I'm sorry.
I believe the
Why do people want to fuck with spirits? It's
deputy
like the worst thing you can do.
needed to speak with you, but not myself currently.
Okay, my bad.
By the way, our
Perfectly
counselors
fine.
Okay.
If
Perhaps
I
it was you who had relayed the message and I'm just recalling incorrectly.
Can I get
all
a spoiler?
fine. I was a
My
step
bad.
to
An thought, an idea, a word?
achieving that position, but if
A
I
single
find the
word.
deputy sometime
As
this
a hint.
evening, perhaps I'll
That's
remind her
right.
for you.
Matching.
Ah, and look who's
Okay,
returned
that's
after
smart.
running away all
Well
red
done.
and
How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare
bothered.
you?
So, Cadet Neroli, what precisely should you be saying in front of
Why
a
are
teacher?
you glowing?
Shouldn't be.
Oh.
That's fine.
Is that?
Don't worry.
Oh,
I'll
you
just-
weren't glowing for me. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go.
You'll be fine. Now then, what precisely should you be saying?
It
in front
wasn't
of a
anything
teacher?
bad. It
Well,
was
that
just
means it's fun.
me.
I've been better.
Not for me.
I mean, considering
Just
the
my
last lesson we had.
not so good past experiences of relationships, but the current one's fine.
I see.
Because that's the only one I've ever had.
Hey, Jamie.
If
Or having.
one has only had
rather
this
present tense.
Were you up there just now? Were you up there?
I'm admittingly a little lost. You say that this is the
Were you giving, like,
singular one you've had?
relationship advice?
I won't delve.
Mm.
Regardless, I do need to speak with you
Well,
about
yeah,
something
he's
much
my
more
first-
professional.
Here today, so I thought I would do the thing.
Yes,
where he
sir.
stands
Where
up
would you
there and
like to
does the
go?
weather, and
Oh,
that was it.
perhaps simply away
What?
from the immediate conversation, so
Good
we're
man.
not arguing over
Good
them.
man.
This
I'm
way.
proud of you. You're already looking like Vanguard.
Yeah.
He's already Vanguard.
Oh, Cadet Morgan.
Yeah.
Well done.
You're doing great.
You have already
You're doing
beaten
good,
my
man.
younger self in achieving this.
See, you're already taking a lot of our quips and stuff.
I may have
I
tried
don't know
before.
what quip of mine you've taken yet.
I'm
but
falling behind.
Rest
Please excuse
assured,
me.
I have many of them.
Just cross your arms like this, Jamie.
Now then, on to business, shall we?
Mm.
You remember the tasks I gave Cadet Flame, yes?
Yes, and I did an inspection on her this morning.
What are our findings?
She had a couple of knots in her hair that I kinked out, but her shoes and her uniform were tidy.
Done well then?
Mm-hmm.
Good to hear. I will be addressing her whenever I can run into her next. Do you know where she is presently?
No idea. I got like kind of went all over the place today.
Scattered to the winds.
Perhaps. Well, we've all got different things going on. Maybe the arena. If not the range, because they did say they want to practice up there.
Understood. Very good then. And... How do you believe she's doing?
Right now she's just doing kind of the same. She's fine right now. The only way to tell is if something starts triggering it.
Once someone tries to get her wound up, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Any other outbursts, anything inconsistent since what happened with the elemental?
Not other than the teachings from Professor Finn. Nope.
That one, well, if anyone faulted
Well, that
her
one
for
was
that,
literally inducing, and I didn't do too well either.
Precisely. If anyone faulted him for that, or faulted Misty for that, pardon me, well, they would be daft, but all things in time. If you have any concerns about some of the subjects I'm putting her through, let me know. I'll explain some of my reasoning, but understand you won't be permitted to share them with Misty, as it might foil some of the effort. I'm afraid this
Yes,
also
sir.
falls to your squad leader as well, due to his bias.
Yes, sir.
My apologies for placing that on you, but I believe that is
It's
all
my
the...
squad, and I want to look out for them.
That is all the curiosities I have for the moment, I believe. So, thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. I think someone's waiting for you.
I believe so. Can I assist you, Professor?
Oh, there's Missy's right there.
I was wondering if you've seen Albrecht today.
Not since immediately
have been-
before the lesson. He gave some concern about possibly resurfacing the most recent exercise with Professor Finn. I assured him it was unlikely, and he left seemingly partial with my response.
I've been needing to speak with him for several weeks now. Very overdue.
I myself also have some thoughts I need to exchange with him, but...
Good or bad?
Curiosities.
Kind of neutral.
Yes, indeed.
Ah, kind of neutral.
Hoping for some insight, perhaps.
I see.
That said, I
Well,
wish
I won't hold you from your...
No, it is fine. Pondering some thoughts, and if I should harass Miss Flame now, or perhaps leave it for a bit later.
Harassing her? Would I be concerned?
No,
or
I
is
mean...
this something I am just
The
unaware?
wording was in jest, but I have been tasked
I knew
over
the word. I'm very aware that you're...
overseeing
I'm
her
following
progress.
the joke.
Yes. Pardon, perhaps I'm too tired to carry on. But
It's all right. I am almost always out of the loop, given my position.
well, once she is clear and she's through the portal, wonderful, I can speak openly. From what I've been able to gather, and in your own understanding, do you know of a singular instance where Cadet Flame has been allowed to, well, continue until exhaustion after being enraged? Or has it always been quelled in some manner?
Every time I have been, it has been quelled, yes.
I see.
Or in some way, even in some cases, handled poorly. There is always some kind of attempt to put a stop to it.
Yes.
At least every time I have been present. I am unaware of any other time.
I'm quite curious what sort of effect it would give should Misty be allowed to actually expel all of the energies she's been gathering. Hopefully a state of catharsis. Any thoughts?
Uh-huh. The only difficulty in that is finding a sufficient place for her to do.
Precisely. As
The only
should-
place I can actually think of is perhaps Carver's.
his mountain.
I would. Yes, I'm. It is hard to call it a mountain at this point. I'm sure that whole thing has
Well,
been
whatever remains
beaten
of
half to
Carver's
death.
Hill, perhaps it is a thought. My concern with
His
such...
fall crater, probably at this point.
It's completely inverted at this point.
I can only imagine.
My concern
it looks
would be if she was left in too open of a space, if she were to escape us somehow. I'm sure she would
Exactly.
return in due time, but
The worry is what the forest would have to experience in that.
precisely. Lest the Academy spend its time fighting wildfire for the next few weeks rather than focusing on training.
What's the best
But
way?
regardless,
Orange.
Where are you going? We're gonna go check out the second
there's
statue.
something I have in mind that I might attempt, but it will require some amount of authorization and preparation on my own behalf.
Okay. Is there anything I can help with in that regard then?
Before I continue, perhaps we should step into administration at least.
This is a bit of an open environment.
Yes, and with some particular faces. Don't want to spoil things.
The squads communicating with their fellow
Ah, yes,
associates.
communication. We should inspire this and encourage it. All the gossip going around. What does that blasted
yeah.
paladin have schemed?
My, the teachers, they're planning something.
Oh,
naughty.
they're always up to something. A curriculum of some sort, perhaps.
What painful pop quiz are they going to spring on us now?
But regardless.
Mathematics.
Oh, arithmetic. How
Presumably.
terrifying.
Ah, arithmetic, yes. Perhaps a fitness test with Carver.
Oh. Well, a bit of a game. Have them all run along the track and see how long it takes for Carver to catch up with him. I'm sure that particular exercise might be a little too short. Well, unless
It
you...
would be very short, and I'm sure inflate Professor Carver's ego even further than it already.
Why not give him a treat every now and then? Let him enjoy himself. But, as we were... As I said before, discussing with other cadets, looking at reports, and even speaking to Cadet Flame directly, no one is aware of a single instance where she's been able to actually burn off all of this fuel.
Perhaps it might be a sufficient idea to, rather than go against this fire, fight it with it. Allow her to actually bite off as much as she can chew.
Indeed. Now this, between the dangers and my deadline, I cannot quite welcome this as an intentional strategy for Galliant to pursue on the field. Especially if the cadet runs exhausted in front of an opponent. But if we can... Rather than having her attempt to bottle this up...
Your lesson plan for today.
Yes.
It was meditation, yeah?
Reverie.
Perhaps have you considered letting her run herself thin, wear all of this anger out, and then attempted meditation?
With a more quieted soul, perhaps. She has mentioned that other forms of meditation have been helpful, however difficult.
Perhaps it would have a better effect after she doesn't have as much emotion clouding her mind. I have heard of some people who meditate in that very way. And go for days without food while they meditate.
Yes, fasting.
And
deeper delves.
Attempt to clear one's body and mind at the same time.
Within the temple, I've seen a few who practice it. Not quite for me, but respectful all the same. This might just be the proper way to do it. It is just a matter of weathering the storm and keeping her contained. That is not something.
Do you have some idea for this?
I believe I have something that may just do the trick. So long as I can
Enlighten
keep
me.
it
Perhaps I can
sustained.
help. Although I am not a combative person,
Yes,
I am aware of many forms of magic.
It is a method of... Well, it falls into a few schools simultaneously. Abjuration, conjuration, and a faint bit of enchantment. It is a divine practice. Well, the name varies, but in a moment that I believe inaction would lead to a breach of my oaths, I can invoke a challenge onto a particular person and, well, contain them until until a verdict is achieved.
That does sound perhaps a bit dangerous for your health,
Being
Professor?
trapped in an isolated state,
Environment
with any sort of
presumably very angry
monsters of the
individual.
world, precisely. It can be, and thus it must be used wisely.
Indeed.
As for the cadets, theoretically, it could just do the trick. But I would need to ensure I can sustain it for long enough.
My only worry is
My own well-being as well.
the ramifications mentally of that.
Yes.
Makes something of a show of it. If you're intending for this to be a mental exercise of wearing herself down, although I'm sure she would well challenge.
In honesty, I'm not sure
Should you
how...
become fairly injured, that would be
Yes.
perhaps a bit damaging.
Well...
Particularly for her peers.
Yes, I, for one, am quite fond of remaining in one piece, but... I don't know of many other ways to provoke her ire without it turning physical and keeping that flame burning.
Is she distracted? Is she distracted?
Distracting?
Is this anger that she has? Does it turn towards individuals or everything?
To my understanding, once it's provoked, it's just red, she says. Everything. What's the word?
Seymour?
Perhaps.
The turtle.
Much happening
Did
at
it
the
leave
port
the dock?
today for some reason. I'm sure someone will fetch us if something's wrong.
Presumably. Anyhow, I have perhaps a couple ideas.
Yes, please.
The first would be perhaps enlisting the help of Ulrich, giving her some illusions to fight. Just over and over again.
Several opponents.
Perhaps in the Colosseum. Making sure that it's keeping her attention. So she doesn't run away.
Would Albrecht be able to conjure his illusions through the barrier? I suppose that's more of a question for him.
More of a question than him.
What? More that
I'm
I'll
not
add to my
entirely
list of
sure of his-
curiosities for him.
I do know he can summon quite many illusions at once.
As I have
but
seen
I'm not
myself.
sure if they can reach through that barrier. No. The other option is if she enjoys breaking things. There is a form of enchantment that I am aware of.
For breaking
Essentially,
objects? Or...
No, is a fairly powerful and difficult to obtain form of magic. But with the amount of regents and dedication, you can make something that opens a demi-plane. This can entirely depend on how one wishes it. It is, in fact, what I use for my office.
Oh.
There is a book inside of the library that I use in lieu of having an office. I've used it since I got here. Technically, very well before this, I used it as a place to more focus on my divination.
So this is a...
Seeing as I can decide what I wish for it to look like, it can be very helpful if the stars are not in sight.
So
But
this
the
is
regions
a
for it are difficult to obtain.
space within an object, then?
Yes. However, if the object is broken, that space is broken as well. Are we to return to it?
And the contents?
Equally, anything inside will be lost, including people.
I see.
Which is why you can see I am very
I can see why
particular
caution...
about books not being injured.
Well, a library is certainly
This
an
would
excellent place to
likely-
keep such things.
Indeed. This would likely, if we managed to procure the things required, be something we would not readily give her. You would need to probably keep it around yourself.
Regulated for the first...
Exactly.
For the foreseeable future.
We wouldn't want any other students to happen across her inside of it and accidentally knock it over into a fireplace or something. I don't know.
Does the...
Depends on what object you use.
Yes, I was about to ask, does the object itself, is there limitations to what it can be? Does it have to be a container of some sort?
Most of the time it is much easier to do it on containers, something that can open. People can technically do it in other ways. However, it is a much simpler process.
I see. For
Or
actually
if
entering
it is a...
I assume.
Exactly.
Hmm.
What I use is obviously a book. It gives me a more tangible way of understanding how I wish to... how I wish for it to look. I can describe it. Put it out on a page.
You just write out what you want it to be shaped as.
While focusing mana, yeah.
Inscription. Could this... I suppose that if we're making it simply disposable space, the particular details don't need to be overly precise. An object here, some wall there, nondescript victims, for lack of a better term for them.
Things do.
Can you...
Easily
do they have to be
destroy.
simply objects within? Could you write a person into existence in this space? Or the illusion of a person?
It is a bit more complicated, but in theory, yeah.
You'd likely have to detail if every... You would have to write a complete life for them.
Details are important. With people, these places are relatively limited. It can't make a perfect person. Can't make an imitation of what you want. It can give you an image, and it can have a set idea of what it's going to do. How it might react to certain things. But it's not sentient.
I have a thought, actually. If you allow me to try to visualize this. A book sounds very easy. However, with Cadet Flame, albeit her namesake, rather flammable. Such an item would be destroyed simply from her being present. What if we acquired a box of sorts, out of stone or a metal if needed? Within, past a small door, could we have a stack of tablets, perhaps? Slabs with the inscription upon those? If we need a different room within the space, simply exchange the appropriate tablet.
Yes. As long as it is connected.
It would have to
Simply being inside the box may not work, but having something that could... place to put it. Perhaps.
So each
having an
regardless
inset.
of being... It's not as easy to simply remove one of the segments and to put it back later. They would still have to have the same enchantment upon them consistently. Yes, that does make sense.
They would all have to have some amount of enchantment on them, and when exchanging them, you would likely have to use a sufficient amount of mana.
To reconnect and to activate.
Yes.
This is a thought.
It could work. Could certainly work.
For the present, perhaps keeping it simpler, just enough detail to... enough detail to keep her frustrated self interested. we need to ensure that this
would
form of treatment is actually effective.
indeed.
Else the resources would be wasted.
Perhaps speak with her. See if it is a type of treatment she would be interested in. And if Albrecht is capable of it, we could do a test run with his illusions.
So long as we
Seems sufficient.
can keep her contained.
That could be a very good case to bring to the higher-ups as a thorough investment.
If I can
You will
actually
have to
catch
prove
Albrecht,
that will actually do something.
I'll run this idea past him.
Yes. That is the hard part.
Precisely. If not, well, Cadet Rex does have a heat ward, if all things my mind wanders. But regardless, this is excellent progress, actually.
Of course.
If, on the day that I present this to either the deputy or the headmistress, would you be willing to sit down with me in detail as I write the report on how this enchantment precisely works?
Of course. I know it very well. Considering. The one that I have is one that I casted myself.
Wonderful.
I am painfully lacking in combat. My
Fighting is not
knowledge
everything
is
in the world.
elsewhere. No. I am much more general now. I would suppose.
Ah. I believe the last
And divination, if that wasn't.
Maze. Last we were able to exchange Cadet Liang. He seems to be fine since we returned from Kari.
Really?
Yes. But to my understanding, nothing's
I haven't
been
heard
done.
of-
I haven't heard any other reports.
I haven't had a chance to speak with him. I made an agreement with him that I would allow him one question for me to divine, if you like it. He's still been pondering on it, I believe.
I see. A rare
Are
opportunity.
you also invested in him?
He's one of several that my attention is drawn to. All for different reasons, or for different concerns and problems. At first, I thought that I would never... Well, at first I thought my days would remain rather empty, but over the last few, several things have been thrown at my feet, and I'm scared if I'm able to carry all of them.
When I started here, I had full intention to make no relationships with any of the students, and now I am quite thoroughly invested in a few.
Bias will come in time, regardless, especially when dealing with persons. But
Is more of who's have a soft spot for young ones. Maybe it's my age that causes that.
Since Liang already has this agreement with you of this question, this investigation I've been having on him, may I leave it in your charge for the moment, as I focus on other endeavors?
Of course.
Thank you.
If you can give me a report on so far what you have found and what you are
I will
interested in learning.
I will have something written for you, including the report from the guardsman. But before I forget, I do believe, where did I put it? Let's see here. There is a particular... There we are.
Ah, yes.
I promised this particular...
Did you enjoy it?
Thoroughly. I'll be quite honest, I may have reviewed a few of the particular chapters, thus its long departure from you, but I've done my best to respect it
There's no
all the same.
mind. Thank you very much. Should you wish for another, I can always give you more recommendations.
I will gladly take the invitation. However, it appears that Cadet Vivina is attempting to throw upon me her personal works.
Oh, I see. Personal work.
Indeed, I found myself
Something of a
rather
writer.
curious. She seems rather proud of the crafts. As I roam about the grounds, I'm thinking of inquiring with her, see if I can get one or two of her smaller ones. And if it's any good, I'll refer to you.
Ah, thank you very much. Vivina is a curious one, Mr. Ferris.
Quite.
I haven't spoken to her too much.
She had some misunderstanding of
Oh, Ignis has...
Finn's position here, but I hope that I was able to clarify some of her concern.
Well... Truth be told, I feel the same.
As do
It is a bit,
many.
concerning. Our introduction was, it left some things to be desired.
I was beside myself watching him do that, each one after the next.
I am not sure if I am feeling guilty for not being present or very... Hello, madame.
I believe we're just wrapping up, actually. Discussing some finer
It's good to
details
see you.
between some of the students we've been looking into.
I know. I'm
No,
rare.
not
Yes.
not that you wouldn't be welcome, but I was able to procure
well,
some very
I'll be off
nice
then.
wine for a lady. Now get back here for a ladies' night sometime.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. And
What is the
nighttime ladies'
itinerary?
nights. Whatever, off the record, whatever the fuck we want, 'cause it's been a long day.
Why do you even have to say it's
Understandable,
off the
actually.
record? I'm not keeping track of anything in here.
In case someone walks in.
Well, if a student comes in behind you, I'll be sure to address them immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless.
But someone can hear before they even touch the door. So,
Well. As their
Let's see, this
imaginations
is the- some of them
soar
have
with the
very
fragments they catch.
good ears.
mm-hmm.
I can only imagine what they might think of her. Ooh.
Hmm.
The things I've heard, I've heard walking past that man are very interesting.
Carver?
Yeah.
I always remain respectful to what they contribute to the academy. I
Carver is
professionally respect
very
all of
helpful.
them.
Yes, he's very
Yes,
helpful.
he's very
I respect
helpful.
him very
But
highly.
depending on the day, sometimes I want to drop kick a motherfucker over the mountain. I respect him. I appreciate what he brings to the table. Some days, he can be very insensitive and completely miss the mark. You want to know how I feel about someone? Give it a day. Well, someone as sporadic as he is. You guys are fairly consistent in my books.
I am harsh on him predominantly because
Mhm.
I can.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Before.
I'm harsh on him because he's a disappointment.
Oh. That is the
I was
worst
going to
thing.
tell him something, but I knew that I would probably start a war if I told him how I really felt.
I see.
Well,
Well, you are a woman who I would be very scared if I was in your area.
Well, you're a woman who would have no reason to give me ire. And if you did, it would probably be a damn good reason that I could empathize with and understand.
I don't know, sometimes I have very upset days. Sometimes, you know, what I see in the clouds just really upsets me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess I could... If I say this, it may reveal a more cruel side to how I
should
evaluate
step out?
him. No. It's nothing to do with you. It's everything to do with Professor Carver.
I think I've opened a box here.
I will tell you a burn that I have thought of the first time he almost killed me. After hearing all of his story. Oh, that's another story. I almost told him something that was. I almost told him that I wished I could get pregnant because I would go to Eos, seduce his father, and bear him a child he could actually be proud of, because right now his heirs are a traitor, a whore, and a disappointment. The traitor, his brother, a whore, his sister, and him, a disappointment.
Oh, you just burned his entire family.
When I'm upset, nobody is safe. Trust me, nobody. No. Well, no. The first time he got flirty with a student made me very much not like him. And the second time he got flirty with another student.
Oh my God.
Before we delve
professionally,
changes many perspectives.
Professionally, all of them deny it. So.
Before we delve too deeply, perhaps we should arrive for dinner. It is likely my one chance to catch Albrecht today, so...
Likely our
Good luck.
only chance in...
Should I take a number?
the
Should I
blazes
let
of hell to
you
find
get
him.
a grip of him first?
I need to put this away anyway.
Well, I'll be
It's
getting dinner.
dangerous when I speak freely.
It
Anything's
is dangerous when we all
dangerous.
do. Oh no. I guess I'll just keep it with me.
Yeah.
My apologies
Well,
for
like I
giving you
said,
such a burden.
professionally, I respect everyone
Oh
and get
no,
along.
it's such a
Personally,
burden
it's
holding a
different.
book as a librarian. My wrists so tired, they're so weak from the decrepit nature of my person.
Forgive me of this terrible crime.
Mortals.
Oh!
I cannot help that I, as a mere human, with
I know, right?
albinism, have problems. I can't even go out in the sun. Well, not for too long. I don't like it
Sunburn easily.
very much.
Mm.
Sensitive eyes as well.
What should I have for dinner today? Any recommendations?
That's a hard one.
See, they come over here when
I'll
you're
enjoy the
here
different
because they
items
already
that
know
they
I'm no
provide.
fucking fun.
Normally
I'll
provided.
react to their shit.
Jamie, can I sit with you?
What else do you have for dinner?
By myself.
Pardon? I was distracted, pardon me.
All right. Talking to myself is
Hmm.
very normal at this point.
Right? It's a vibe.
I've tried talking to myself. I make terrible conversation.
I like to think the majority of the time I'm a wonderful conversationalist.
Well,
But most of the things that I speak to, no one else can see.
well, I will give an excellent review from my experience, at least.
Thank you.
Have you eaten before you
Spirit
drank?
Week is in full.
Oh,
Miss Presence.
begins.
Let's see.
Okay, are you
Let's see. Let's see.
Trying my best. Yes, I can so far.
my favorite time of year.
Make sure your drink in, your this little lonesome customer took
Professor Berion.
Yes. Oh, hello. Thank you, little one.
Moment.
Of course.
Here's a bag of chips.
Mm. How can I be of assistance, Commander?
Hope you're having a good day.
I assume this isn't a
I'll be
subject
sending
of the dinner.
out. No. I'll be sending out some soldiers to check on Cadet Shizu. It seems she ran out of here in a hurry. Now, normally I don't involve myself in these type of situations. It seems, though, that her...
Would you like me to join the search, sir?
Which direction did she go?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, sir.
Understood.
Soldier!
Yes?
Yeah.
Over here.
Sir, which direction did she go?
Alright.
If you wish to accompany me, cadets, we can begin our
I'll
search.
give some information in just a moment. Soldier, you'll be accompanying Professor Berion.
Cadet!
Oh, my word. Cadet! She's gone.
What was that about?
They want to be involved, yet they don't wait for orders.
If we catch
Please
them, we'll have
fix
them
that
organized.
situation as well.
Quite.
Looks spooked.
If we're to be organized and swift, we need to be decisive and quick in our debrief. I will let you know that they ran out of here in a hurry. I'm not sure what is the problem, but she seemed to be very agitated. The students seem to have said something in the nature that kind of raised the back of the neck. The hair, if you will.
I see.
Kind of concerned. So, we're just checking on them. I don't know what's going on.
Well,
But
then,
people have been outbursts of lately, so please, just check.
Of course. I believe a brief search of her dorm, just to make sure if she's within, perhaps just hiding away. We can check there first.
It could be
I'll
something
leave it
another.
to you. If you need me, I'll be in my office.
Of course. We can expand our
Doyle.
search from there.
What?
One moment. Soldier, you'll take Berion's orders from here.
With me, soldier.
Alright.
We'll start with the dorms.
I just wanted to ask if there was ever a chance I can.
Good luck, Professor.
Try again with your lesson.
And to you.
Of course.
What is your name, guardsman?
Personal tutoring is...
Phoenix.
Guardsman Phoenix. A pleasure. Professor Berion.
When would you
A shame that we did not meet over more suitable terms, but work to be done.
It's been like following her and taunting her.
Yes.
Regrettably, this is probably the one student I know very little about. As I said, we'll start our search in the Crystal Thorn dorms. Search for her room in particular. I'm told.
Who's it we're looking for?
Cadet Shizu, or Shizuko. Seems that there are others already seeing to the investigation. Uh-huh. Well, it appears we found our mark already. That was...
Mark?
Mark?
They
The
decided to come
commander
looking
was
for you
quite
'cause you ran out
worried.
of the
He
dining hall in a hurry.
requested that we begin a search party.
I'm just here.
People were just worried about you
We're
since you ran
figuring
out so
We're
quickly.
figuring it out.
If everything
Thank you,
is
sirs.
under control, I'll inform the commander that she's been found.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Well, guardsmen, thank you, Mr. Phoenix. It appears that our duty here is done. Well done. Good spot.
Is Esme
Fine
able
work.
to see them? Can you see them?
You saw them, right?
So just gotta head back to the hall now.
So it seems. Well,
Is everything all right, Professor?
The commander was quite concerned. Reportedly, the cadet ran out rather agitated for some reason. In reaction to some poorly chosen words, supposedly.
Seems to be a lot of that going around.
Much more than any would care for.
Then again, Spirit Week can also affect a great deal of cadets and staff in particular ways. It will not be an easy week. Light-hearted at some points, but for most, it is not.
And so we get to look forward to all the mischief. Wonderful. But regardless, as much as I have been hoping to speak with you actually, my current import is to report back to the commander.
I can accompany you if you wish.
Gladly.
Very well.
Is this something common with her? Running off like this, I mean.
I'm assuming you're speaking of Cadet Shizuko, yes?
Yes.
I know that during Spirit Week she alters somewhat, as she is a spirit herself. It can be somewhat tumultuous.
I see. Anything concerning about this change I should be aware of?
Not in particular, though a great deal of her time will be taken up in helping spirits pass on.
I see.
You see, the Academy is on a ley line, if you did not know.
Yes.
And during Spirit Week, a great deal of the restless dead tend to... Yes.
I see.
On the third day of Spirit Week, the veil to the other side is already thin enough. But on a ley line, it is almost imperceptible. They can see us just as well as we can see them. They will look to interact.
That explains the smaller one that offered me a meal just a moment ago.
Last year was... well... There's been a lot of death in the world as of late, Professor.
I see.
There are many that come
I'm
here seeking
sorry.
some sort of closure.
Something that too few get at times. But regardless, with hope the commander is still here.
The spicy tea roulette again?
Uh-huh.
Oh my lord. Where did Esme go?
Now let's see. It appears he's moved on.
Be careful, they're copying you.
What's in the war room?
Victor's got a ghost girlfriend.
Congratulations.
You would never get any otherwise.
Well, I believe that's a matter of opinion. The war room, you said, yes?
But sometimes he is there. If not, then perhaps he has moved on.
Hello? Who's this? Ribbon! Hello, everyone! Yo, hi, I gotta get back in character for
I'm sure he will be back in time.
Indeed. And I'll update the guardsmen as I see them searching. Let them know that their quarry has already been found. I believe Professor Crescent was searching for you of a personal subject of hers, but I also have a few thoughts I wanted to exchange, if you have the time this evening.
I certainly do, Professor.
Wonderful.
My ears are yours.
Well, I would prefer more private arrangements, lest someone walk in Would you prefer your
If
office
you
or
wish,
perhaps
we
my
could go
own?
to my office.
It would be wonderful.
I'm all right with yours. I've been in mine entirely too much.
Well, it is a shared space, I will warn. But at times, however, I
Okay.
start
Get
to
some
temperature?
space. Get some space.
This
Maybe a
something
little warmer,
happened.
but mostly normal.
Breathing is normal or
Shay
haggard?
just fell down.
Normal. A little haggard.
Just a spill.
Nerali, could you help me lift her up? Take her to the medical
Yes, I
in case
can.
get her off the floor.
Everyone,
Come on, dear.
Here, go ahead, take it.
leave this to medical then.
Oh, geez.
Take it. Have fun. It's an offering.
What?
Go ahead.
What happened.
Just a trip.
Okay. I will stay out of the way then.
Excuse us, sir.
6, 7.
This way.
Oh, excuse us.
If you've ever been to anybody,
As we were.
You're strong in that form still, right?
Pardon?
Medical thing, I think.
Nothing.
What the hell did I miss? I was
As I was saying, while my office is shared, I'm starting to think, hello, Minerva. I'm starting to think that I'm the only one who actually uses it.
It's possible.
It certainly makes conversation much easier.
I would assume as much.
Well then. I have to make sure I still speak to Cadet Flame. Then again, if that waits a day, that is fine. That'll be fine. Here we are. Simply within. And despite its looks, I'm sure that the couch is much more comfortable than the chair, but it is much more fitting of position at times. There we are. Pardon. Now then.
Do not mind an excuse to sit for a bit.
Oh, we always welcome it. Hello, everyone. I'll catch up as soon as I can.
Not something we have much time for, but when it happens, it's nice.
Ah, in the rare circumstance. But, regardless, I'm sure you're a busy man as well. I shouldn't keep you for over long.
To a degree, I always have time for conversation, however, Professor.
I'm glad to hear it. I have a few things I'm hoping to touch up on, but I shall speak on the most, well, urgent. Are you aware that I've been assigned to oversee Cadet Misty's attempts in gaining control of herself for her anger?
To a degree, I've read preliminary reports that have come across my desk, but any depth, no, I do not.
I see. I've been investigating, of course, with Misty directly, and reaching out to our peers and many of the other cadets on professional interview for some. Those who've had circumstances involving her, the ones I found in incident reports in the past. From what I've been able to find, my understanding of her situation is she, of course, being demonic, feeds on the negative energy around her, but the amount is finite. There's a volume that she can actually contain, and it is in these circumstances of frustration that the pot is very eager to overboil. Some spills out, but from what I've been able to account, in every situation once she starts burning away the oil, it has always been stopped. Very quickly, of course, out of concern, out of sake of control. I was speaking to Professor Crescent at length just earlier today, And we have a theory, an experiment that we would like to attempt. And we would like to possibly ask of some of your assistance.
If I can help with the growth of the cadets and assist my peers, of course.
Wonderful. The situation that we're currently trying to arrange is containing the cadet within a space, intentionally provoking her fury, and from there allowing her to, well, burn until exhaustion, until this fuel, this energy she's gathered is finally dispelled and the form subsides naturally. In practice, it sounds almost simple. Just put her into a room and let her run amok, but it is also a matter of ensuring the interest is kept, that the fire keeps burning. If she doesn't have targets, if she doesn't have prey or rivals, this is a problem. And from there, it is a matter of finding an individual or a target that can weather the storm for an extended period. Professor Crescent suggested perhaps some of your illusions.
That could most certainly be ideal, especially targets that would enrage her the most, I would assume.
Anything that you believe will do the trick, honestly. This is a practice which I'm hoping to consult with many of the professors, and it is going to need some amount of approval from above, but if successful...
Well...
If
successful, there could be bounds made, yes, I agree.
Precisely. From there, we can make arrangements about more common practices, more controlled environments. Professor Crescent actually has something that might do the trick, but the resources involved are extensive, and we need to know if this practice is effective before we pursue it deeper.
Well, before we expend any resources, something very simple, we could use the stadium's dome for the first encounter. Nothing out of the ordinary will be expended there. Some illusions within, perhaps even well, depends on how far you're asking me to push her.
Not looking for injury by any means. Her safety is paramount throughout this entire process.
Of course. I mean so emotionally.
Yes. A level of goading is likely going to be required to ensure that the fire keeps burning.
If she was led to believe that a cadet was harmed, I believe that fire would not extinguish until she was exhausted.
Not difficult to think of candidates. Cadet Rex,
no.
Their personal relation would be easy kindling. What am I
That's
saying?
in some blackguard.
Of course.
Obviously, the thoughts, Professor, are undesirable. But the things that we do and are discussing are in the sake of bettering these cadets when they do not have mentors or teachers.
Indeed.
Yes, the conversation cycles around what would best weaken the cadet in order to make progress. There is no shame in it because you do not wish them harm, you wish them growth.
Of course. For personality overall, she seems to respond well to any sort of, well, sense of rivalry. Admittingly, it appears that spurning of her into arguments is the most effective way to gain her interest in things. Otherwise, work, assigning things, promoting self-care, all seem... She's disinterested completely. So, I've been looking for mundane
test of strength, perhaps.
Indeed. Mentally, she's fine. The cause of the problem might just simply be nature.
Well, hellhounds are very quick to anger unless there is one nearby that they trust enough to, for lack of a better term, obey. I should use the word regard rather than obey.
No need
in this
to
case, many
provoke if your superior doesn't see the need to.
Well, not only that, but many times I've watched some of my peers calm the cadets and have failed. But Cadet Rex has always managed to do so because they have the strongest connection with this hellhound cadet. But he cannot always be there, again, for lack of a better term, to hold the reins.
Of course.
She has to be able to distinguish friend from foe and know when to stop herself. But
the deputy has been very clear in that the cadet needs to have full control, or at least a way to ensure that outbursts never happen again. We need to have this insurance by the next deployment for active efforts.
I did not know we had a time frame.
If
well,
we
then I
cannot
would suggest
ensure the safety of herself and those around her, she's going to be pulled from active duty and placed into general.
If that is the case, then I suggest goading her as far as we can to get the reaction that we need to study her behavior and the way that she draws herself down. In doing so, as much as it is painful to do so, it could be simulated that Cadet Rex was injured by Blackguard. And what happens from there happens from then.
God.
I'm no fan of these tactics, but they must be done. Especially if we're going to help a cadet regain control over themselves. And I do not enjoy the scenario either. My own daughter was killed by Blackguard, so I understand. But if that is what we must do to prevent such a thing, then so be it.
I am not a fan of such tactics myself either, but to kindle the light, yes, I can fit this in my oaths just fine, so long as it remains with the proper intention.
My only intentions are to make sure that my cadets can survive on their own when they no longer have us to lean against.
With as little time as we have, yes. Good. Perhaps speaking to Cadet Rex about this, perhaps. At least briefly. But I'll see what else we can find, and I'll reach back out for you for this. For the sake of confirming...
Whatever you...
Pardon.
Go ahead.
Once the dome in the arena has been erected, does it interfere with your placing of illusions within?
No.
Wonderful. 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 That shan't be a concern, then. I'm just going to put that to memory. From there, that particular topic, I believe I've covered my immediate curiosity, unless you wish to add or provoke thought.
Nothing that I feel that needs to be added, Professor Berion. I think that you have a good hold on things, and obviously you are taking the lead here, and I will support however necessary.
Well, I will certainly welcome any advice. That said, there is another subject I've been hoping to address, albeit haven't.
And that is?
I've been actually rather concerned for you. I haven't seen you, at least been able to stop and speak with you since the operation in Kari. Last I saw, you were a man focused on his work, and quite wounded. I'm glad to see you're well.
I am all right. I have had tasks I've needed to complete on behalf of the Academy, and I have returned.
I see.
Things are back to normal.
I'm certainly glad. I was quite surprised in what happened in that poor town, but they, after speaking with some of the folk, seemed to be eager for recovery. I actually promised I'd be writing letters towards one of them. I should likely do that sometime tonight, but I digress. What I wanted to ask you, Albrecht, was your dedication, I suppose. You were completely calm, composed, for almost the entirety of the operation, but the moment that mist set in, I have to say I hardly recognized you for a moment. You were a man on the hunt, if I had to put it with some sort of word. Is this normal regarding combat operations?
The enemy that we had faced was a direct extension of our overarching enemy that this academy keeps imprisoned. They were targeting our cadets while the professors were busy. Tried to kill them. The other professors were holding sections on the walls as their gates were being breached, and I was able to see through this creature's invisibility. So naturally I pursued.
Zane.
Yes. The corpse that it inhabits. Zane.
It is a shame he slipped through our grasp, indeed.
And unfortunately, he is far more knowledgeable than he was before about our operations and faces. We have not seen the last of them.
I heard that he was targeting particular cadets as well.
He was.
I see. Is it far to assume it was the one who undid his previous form? Cadet
Murdered him, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. In his eyes, it was justice.
Perspective can change many things.
Of course it can. The one thing that I know, understand, and respect, however, is that we at the Academy do everything we can to leave lethal force as a last resort. The biggest mistake was allowing our cadets to operate freely in Town and take orders from a council. That should never have happened.
To my understanding, the cadets were acting of their own volition outside of the Academy. At least that is the statement that I've been told.
To a degree, yes, but Cadet Linnick is on the town council.
I see.
Things would have went differently if there was a mentor present, I believe wholeheartedly. But the bottom line is this. Regardless of the events surrounding Zane's death, unfortunately, our enemy has gained another pawn. So.
I see. I see. Well. I'm sure the time will come where we find him again.
A question out of my own curiosity, Professor Berry.
Of course.
Do you believe the darkness can be used as a tool or a weapon?
If it is referred to like an object, this very quill could be used as a weapon. If lodged into the eye, it would indeed be harmful. But I do not believe this is an object.
Then, in your wisdom, an intellectual understanding of the difference between something that can be used and something that cannot, would you think that it would be best if this entity remained behind that gate?
Completely. And should it somehow exit, I believe the consideration of actually destroying it should be pondered.
That is the problem, Professor. No one knows how to destroy it.
Well, let us hope the future one day gives us a new door to open. But until then, stand guard we do.
And if you were told to open that gate?
I do not see any reason that I would.
Nor do I. But again, remember that the darkness emerged into the world because people thought they could use it as a tool or a weapon.
If only there was anything we could do to cure the greed of men. But alas, such things
The
are
greed
not
of
so
all.
simple.
Although men have many times showed to be easily corruptible, as we have seen time and again. I am no fool to that. But unfortunately, anyone who may be tricked into thinking they are doing what is right and good, and have convinced themselves that the sacrifices they make are worth the end, they can sometimes be fooled into doing what the enemy's bidding truly is. And we have seen that often.
There is more than one tale of a tragedy, written from righteous intent. What of you? You've been here much longer than
What of me?
myself. Is this... How many times have you encountered it directly?
That is a hard question to answer, Professor Berion. You see, the way that the darkness is sealed away is not absolute. It cannot be. It is endless. It just is something that can be described as is. It has no beginning, no end. You cannot contain something like that. It finds its way into the world, creates the chaos that we see in the darkest corners of our world, pulls at people's heartstrings and such. We have seen it as an academy all over the world.
What of its minions, then? Are they all scattered fools, or...
No.
Is Zane one of
They
many?
are not. Zane would be one of many, and one of their lesser. The Academy has encountered the soldiers and creatures of the darkness many times. More than once, it took the professors working together to keep us off of our back foot against these enemies.
Well, I am proud to fill the line. wherever it will lead us.
We need every good soul that we can get, Professor Berion. There are many that will look on this task and either think that it's something that can be used or controlled. It must never again. We are the few who can prevent that, and our cadets prepare for the day that that demi-plane grows too old.
Quite. Is the forces Zane had, the Ratmen, these giants, are these consistent? Should we always be
These
readying ourselves
rats.
against foes 4 times our size?
That is the problem, Professor. The enemy is slow to build up while it is behind the gate. But it will not need to build armies if it can subvert those who already have them.
I see.
You see, it is very careful about who it comes into contact with, who it makes promises to and deals with, who it subverts.
So...
Entertain me for a moment.
Of course.
A moment of insanity. Ascension of Academy is the last bastion, and the first when it comes to the darkness. It sits upon the very gate that keeps our enemies sealed away, and it prevents it from coming outright into the world and waging its war. Now picture yourself as the enemy. Your arms and legs are bound, but with your mind you can reach out and touch things. Tendrils, if you will, slowly, gently influencing those around you. The only reason why you cannot do it just outside of your gates is the magics in place that protect those who are your gatekeepers. But see, your tendrils can reach outside of this defense.
Like a tree's
They can
roots.
reach around the world. Aye, like a tree's roots. You have no idea how ironic that statement is. Regardless. Now imagine you know of the CAF.
Of course.
Imagine you are aware that they had a hand in your destruction and imprisonment. You also are aware that most of the world no longer supports them. A lot of the shorter-lived races don't remember what happened 300 years ago. And a lot of the longer-lived races are either closed in and have not spoken to the outside world, or merely do not speak of it. Distrust and misinformation runs rampant. And then there are those who have to face the tough decisions of governing the world around them that is chaotic because of your influence. And you show them ways to reel that chaos in. You help them find, without telling them what you are, artifacts that help you control the chaos around you.
No one would question a grand answer if it came to them in a dream.
Or while doing your duty.
I see.
My point, Professor Berion, is that you are indeed the first and last line of defense, and your enemy subverts. And you must keep your eyes open.
As I
It
do.
likes to sow distrust between allies. But allies who are truly close and trust each other will be able to spot when something is off.
Quite. I feel I have, especially of late, found myself in the middle of a grand game. The problem, however, is I do not know the size of the board. I cannot tell if it is checkered or open. I do not know if we hold cards or move pieces. And most troublingly, I do not know the faces of the players. So that
will
definitely...
always be changing.
Indeed. So I have a question for you, Professor.
By all means, Professor Berion.
The strategy of influencing leaders with existing powers, influencing chaos in the world, ensuring that turmoil remains. Why didn't you say any of this back at the door when I asked you before?
How so?
When we were in the room, I asked if the presence, darkness, autumn, whichever name we decide to give the damned thing in the end.
You mean before the gate itself?
Yes. I asked you of its patterns, its strategies. You told us you didn't know.
Professor Berion, with the explanation that I have given you, and the things that you have seen for yourself, again, you're an intelligent elf. You are able to perceive things without anyone telling you. How well do you know everyone in that room?
Well, let's see. Carver, I've only had 2 brief conversations or rather debates with. Both circumstances, I believe he was drunk. Yourself, this is the first time... Quiet. Yourself, this is the first time we've actually sat down. As I believe our exchanges and relaying of information isn't quite personal bonding. Essor, I've had brief words with, mostly about how the students revere him and his teaching. Brink, well, he's a strange man, but he seems to be a good one. And the others, well, too busy in their work. There's one in particular who I find myself rather concerned with, especially as of late. But that is its own beast.
My point is you do not know any of them. You know what they show you, yes. But until you've had time to serve alongside, fight alongside, teach alongside, you never know if it is an ally at your side or an agent of the enemy. And it is a terrible existence, one that would make lesser men paranoid. But to a degree you must be. You must be careful what you relay, what you say, what you reveal, lest the enemy is listening, either itself or through someone else.
It sounds like a very lonely experience, all things considered.
To a degree it can be, until you know who your allies are. Again, Professor Berion, the point of my words are not to implant ideas in your head. I urge you to think for yourself, and analyze those around you, and think as our enemy would, and look at some of the actions of our newer additions, and come to your own conclusions, sir.
Very well then. Thank you for this. And
Regardless of what one may think of me, regardless of what you may have heard or not, all I care about is that gate stays sealed.
well, what I've heard is that you are a fine professor. Many of the students look up to you. I shall admit I have been attempting to observe some of your practice and speaking with them for my own benefit. I have heard some stories. But I can tell you are a good man. But, for the sake of our current subjects, forgive me if I'm looking over my shoulder every now and then. I hope you won't fault me for it.
I understand. And I will not. I will encourage it. You have a sharp eye, keen mind. If something is out of place, you will see it.
And, for the sake of respect, rather than you having to peer through a veil of some sort, I am sure this is only worth as much as how far you can throw it, but my door is open. If should you ever need me, or have curiosities of myself, well, it is ready to be laid bare.
I would extend the same to you, Professor Berion.
Well, there are many things I find curious of you, Professor, but I'm afraid none form properly into words at the time. Pray forgive me. But alas.
Well, we will have plenty of time in the days to come, I am sure, should you be able to put it into words that satisfy you.
I look forward to it. But alas, I've kept much of your time already. Thank you.
It is my pleasure, Professor Berion. Should you have need of me, I'm sure you know how to find me.
Well, either knock on your office door, or perhaps... Well, Silver seems to know how to keep track of you, at least.
I would say so. She is smart.
A fine one.
Anyway, there are a few things I must see to, especially with the full moon.
Yes, and I shall see to this evening's rounds. Make sure there's fewer troublemakers than we need. Enjoy your evening.
You as well, Professor Berion. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. I feel that went well. You know, don't think we really got anywhere. But he didn't kill me for, terrifying his daughter about a month back ago. But hi, guys. How you doing? Do you want to write something in here, but it'll be a little bit more meta? Oh, go ahead. The shit that I know out of character is extensive. In character, though, Berion is rather lost. He doesn't know who he can turn to, and as assuring as Albrecht's words are, it also solidifies some of his paranoia. And how does the night find you? How does the night find you?
Sick.
Sick?
Hmm.
Have you fallen ill?
not an easy kind of veil. How did your meeting? How'd your meeting go?
Some questions answered, other questions learned. Not sure what else I expected. I was going to make some rounds before retiring for the evening, if you care to join me.
Maybe.
Are you thinking of retiring early?
Maybe.
Good evening, cadets.
She's just subtly shaking.
Another.
Evening.
Good evening.
Damn, you seem to have left this and just run away.
I became overwhelmed by something.
Another.
You notice her hands are slightly shaking and her body's a little bit off as well.
Did something happen? Do you need to go somewhere to speak, or?
I feel off.
I see. Cadet, I assume your intention was to return
Spirit Week is a little bit overwhelming.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Spirit Week is overwhelming because I can see through the veil and things get a lot more
I hadn't
persistent.
even considered. Oh my word! Is there anything
I can see. Normally, I can turn it off because what I can see is your spiritual energy, your soul, your mana, your aura, your essence, whatever you are, every version of your transformation. Although normally it's what is the most popular, common. Like Vivina is normally a spider, not her other form, so I normally see the spider. So I can drop it, and Spirit Week's a little bit overwhelming. I normally can turn it off, but it hurts. That's why the glasses are here. I had someone from the CAF get them from Saigon, and they're not always perfect, so sometimes I can see things, and it's a little bit overwhelming. It's a sensory overload.
That makes sense.
I believe
It's a very painful ability. It's why I wear glasses all the time.
I believe I understand, but I doubt I can properly imagine. Regardless,
well,
think of it like looking at a bright rainbow,
I'll be returning to
dancing
the
around in
dormitories.
lights that doesn't turn
I will
off.
have to ensure that you do. Thank you again, Liang. Is there anything that helps?
There's multiple things.
What can I fetch for you?
It's not something someone can fetch. I'm uneasy. And people don't make it any easier.
What is the book of? Is this one of yours?
It's blank.
Plan
I was going to
some
write in
writing?
it. And some drawing.
A sketchbook, then.
I can draw anything that I can see.
Well,
Whether others can see it or not is a different story.
once it's on paper.
Mm.
I see. Well,
I feel like the world's about to break.
is a foreboding thing to say.
In these times, it's just how it is.
Is there anywhere you would prefer to be right now?
My office, I guess.
Then let's go there.
Hmm.
Did you know that Vivina is an author?
I knew that she enjoyed storytelling and writing, but I didn't know that she was... Well, I don't know if she's published.
None of her works are published, apparently, but she offered to allow me to browse some of her writing.
I believe I was there for the conversation where you mentioned about sharing books.
Us discussing exchanging, yes, but I don't believe you arrived after our actual... Well, that particular point. Regardless. Well, I do look forward when I get one of these of my own. Well, for the next week, at least, yes?
It's not just that, though.
Is there something else troubling you?
The fact that nobody trusts each other. And that we're all doomed to basically death if we can't get the fuck over it.
Not an easy thing to mend, I'm afraid.
What did you and Professor Albert talk about?
A lot of it had to do with the Academy's stance. What we're getting ourselves into. Some thoughts about Zane and how we're likely going to run into him again. And shared some thoughts regarding a strategy we have in mind, actually, for Misty. And it appears that Professor Albrecht is fully willing to give his support with some of his illusions.
What is the critical information that Vivina told me I was missing yesterday?
Many topics that we covered.
Don't play fucking stupid.
I am not.
If Vivina was going to say something like I'm missing critical information, she's not the type to think about books or writings or little things like that. It would be one of the more important topics. You've talked to her herself. Her words mean something.
Then the bulk of that would fall onto her concerns, her many concerns with Professor Finn. And the source of her outburst in the first place. She's terrified of the man. and I do not wholly blame her for it. It appears that everyone here has some sort of theory about what he's up to. Some actually believe that he's being constructive. And it is in that belief solely that I'm patient as I am with him.
I feel like I'm the first to see but last to know.
Regarding Finn?
Everyone. Everyone always running away for private conversations, and I asked them, like, can we talk about it? Is there anything I should know? As someone who can literally see things, or who is actually there with a very clear memory and notes. And I'm always left out of it, and I'm always in the dark. I'm the first to see something, but the last to be told. If I'm told at all. Usually I just figure it out because some cadet tells me something.
I'm here now.
I don't even know why I'm here. Like, why be here and do what I can do if no one talks to me? If everybody's off with their little conspiracy theories in the corner, putting themselves into a pit of despair and not trusting anyone, and I'm just sitting here and be like, can we fucking talk? Even if we give a little bit away, can we talk? When nobody's honest.
Hard to know the truth past all the games they play. As I was even telling Professor Albrecht, I'm still trying to figure out what piece I am on the board. I don't know if I'm a jack of hearts, a rook, a pawn, perhaps even dice.
I feel like I'm a bystander off watching the game that I can't participate in. Not knowing whether I'm going to a football game or a game of checkers. Or a slaughter. Carver and Albrecht would always go off whispering and monologuing to each other about whatever the fuck is going on. And I would find out maybe if I overheard, or if I got new information, I would go and tell them. But if they got new information, they'd just tell each other. Same with Captain Silver, Headmaster and Vaughn. It was either all of us being told something or me being left out.
Well, what of our new recruits, then? I understand Brink and Sky are often hidden away because of their work.
Not even here. They're not even here. They're doing actual work. What I'm talking about is actively going out and sharing information of different things that are a concern to everybody. No one trusts anyone or each other. No one's free of being manipulated.
Not even me at times.
Or me. I want to believe the best in everybody, but nobody shows me their best. Not all the time.
not sure if I should see that as an all-encompassing statement or a dagger to the heart.
It is all encompassing. It's everyone. Because I don't know what people are talking about. And I don't know what's going on behind closed doors. But I can see the way people talk to each other and where they stand. First to see, last to find out, last to hear. I'm gonna retire for the night.
Shall I see you to the lighthouse then?
No. Thank you.
Then I shall continue my rounds.
Do that.
Shall I meet you in the morning?
I don't even know if I'm gonna be here.
I see.
I'm hurting a little bit too much. Think of it like having 1,000 needles gouged in your eyes.
I can...
Although it doesn't hurt as much as the heart does. Funny how that manifests.
I can understand if you need to take time regarding the spirits, at least.
I have all the time in the world.
I hope that I can enjoy at least some of it with you.
Maybe. I feel like every other day I want to leave the academy. Well, have a good night. Be safe.
Nova Air, Reinveen. I will walk to the dormitory. That was fucking heavy. They such thickens. Hey, Ribbon. Hello. I was just waiting. You just finished. She went out. Oh, my word. Rendezvous in the counter. Yeah. Does she want a hug? Yeah. Like, the thing is, you could potentially try to allow yourself to communicate with her in her language. Yeah, that's a thought. Allow in exchange. That's a very good thought, actually, RJ. Berion wanted nothing more than just to hug her and let her cry or do whatever she needed to do. But they're not behind closed doors, and if someone saw them acting so personally, then unprofessional.
Oh, wait a minute. She's so sparkly. What happened?
Sounds kind of weird.
I am having mana.
Oh
Ryan's
god, I thought that was
mana
Victor for a
is
second.
a green color. It is gold.
Hello.
I was gonna
Oh,
throw
the mana thing. Okay.
everybody.
I got you.
Oh god, is that Victor? Hi.
Yo.
You're a curious thing, aren't you?
Oh.
I'm alright.
How
you
Alright.
Good again?
What?
I always like how your skin looks. Like when you're sparkling
There you
like
are.
Out of context.
I am happy.
Yeah, like it's
Skin?
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Damn, it's so fucking. I know it does.
I love the way
What the
your
fuck?
skin works.
I love it.
That's not what I meant! Stop twisting my words around! Damn you!
Oh.
This is why I have trouble with women! You people twist my words around!
It could turn like really creepy, not even creepy. It could turn like horror in 2 seconds. Like, I love your skin. Wish I could wear it. I want to wear it.
Doing well, just chilling with this little man right here.
We have a new friend.
What's their name?
Radish.
Radish.
There you go.
Alright, Radish.
Ah.
There's always, you could always look for Morgan, too. But
That wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh, hello, Professor Boyle. Oh, she's
Berion.
been on my head all day. Vit. Oh.
Can you do it? I believe in you.
Professor Barry? Berion. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, did I? Okay, now I'm confused. Did I say the right thing or the wrong thing now?
Yes,
You said Boyle first. You said Boyle first,
Professor
and
Barry?
now you're correcting yourself.
Don't mind
Okay.
Esme's testimony. She's trying something.
What? Oh.
I'm not interrupting, am I?
No, just casual chatter.
Not really.
I'm glad. Well, would anyone fault me if I sat, however? The day's been surprisingly draining.
Nope, perfectly fine, sir.
Wonderful.
Nope, go for it. I mean, I'm exhausted too. Emotionally, mentally, spiritually.
I am actually rather glad I ran into you, Vivina. I was curious about harassing
that
you
so?
about one or two of those books.
Oh. I actually
If the
have one of
authors
them.
really now.
Very dutiful. Whenever I have a task, I complete it right away so I don't forget it because I'm a little scatterbrained otherwise.
It's a really good habit, actually. Like, I need to speak with Mason, but every time I go to do it, he's already in bed. So it's like, I need to do it early in the morning. But now I have everything I need, so thank you again, Esme.
You're welcome.
It should be enough to make a ring or something, so.
For your ear?
Nah. For someone
you
else.
already have like 10 on there.
I know, don't I? Nah, it's for a finger, not an ear. Why you always look so sad?
Oh, do I look sad?
You were sad for a moment. Now you're happy. She's like, I need to figure out my emotions. I know how that feels. Trust me. You're good now. The second I started to approach, your sadness went away. So,
Oh, haha, wonderful. Oh, I look forward to this.
Fair enough.
This is one of your personal works, yes?
Yeah.
I look forward to this.
Or at least it's tucked inside of it.
Hmm.
This is actually the
Everybody's
fixed up
gonna get
translation one with the little something, a little bit something special on page 69.
Huh.
Oh.
What about page 88?
What's 88? Is it?
It's when you get 8 twice. Yeah, 2 8s. Anyway.
Cadet, once I get to that specified page, I'm not going to have to worry about a breach of conduct, am I?
No.
Wonderful.
I'm literally just making a joke.
That's almost less fun.
I put seriously, I just put in
Cadets?
translations for Buckhead stuff in there.
No,
I was like spice.
Oh, I thought you guys didn't like writing things down. Did I miss something?
What? No, it's
There's a fire over there.
we don't like writing things down in common.
A fire? Sorry, you're right.
So if you do have history books, it's in. Okay, fair.
What?
But getting,
It's in our
I see what
glyphs.
you mean.
In the beginning. It's possible when I said that in the first place, you thought that they don't like writing in common, as like they just don't like writing generally, which isn't the
Fair.
case.
Well, because obviously having books out there about yourselves, could be dangerous. Makes sense for
We
anyone,
don't
not
use
just.
books either. Like that.
Oh, what do you guys normally transcribe on? If that is even a terminology I could use for this.
Carapaces.
Okay. So you must have a very condensed language then, basically.
In parts also because it's okay. So it's not just like the physical writing; it's the pheromones induced with it. So it's
Oh,
a little bit
that's
hard
not
to translate
translatable
for...
at all then. Oh, why, hello there.
Yeah,
honey.
no, it's very hard.
Did you find who you needed?
Yes, can I help you?
I have a question. Yeah, you don't have to stand up. I have a question about your
Welcome back.
lesson for today.
Of course.
You said it was how certain elves relive memories, yes?
Yes, quite often.
Can it be any kind of memory?
Anything that your life has experienced, yes.
Interesting. Thank you, sir.
Of course. It's a particular question. Oh, hello, little one.
How would this ability play with because obviously maybe it's because I'm human, but it's like over time our memory of things kind of gets more compressed, and like we start to remember less of the details and we just remember the incident. How does it handle that? Like if we relive it, will things that we don't remember get rebuilt, or
Reverie
kinda
is
just
actually meant
guesswork?
to undo that exact process.
So you're like preventing memory
Really?
degradation.
Yes. It is actually the primary use of the tool.
Oh.
So after a mission, you
Susan
could
told me a little
revelry
bit about
on your
this.
trip back to remember it clearer.
A memory has
The
a lifespan of
likelihood-
7 years. And the more that you visit, the more you refreshen it.
I should remind, reverie does not give you a particular moment of your life. If you're searching for something,
You can't give a direction.
it is as if taking a
Oh.
dart and throwing it upon the wall. Any
You mentioned
seemingly
positive
random
thoughts,
moment.
though. How, could it not? You couldn't when you accidentally relive many negative ones. Is that why you try to live more positively? Is that the point of it?
Precisely.
You have a greater. I get it now. A greater chance of remembering positive.
The greater of a life you live, the more welcoming you are towards others, the more positive of a reverie you're likely to have.
You know, the thing that she told
Okay.
It is about
So you
stacking
can't really
one's
use
deck,
it.
as it were.
Fair enough. But you can at least keep your memory more fresh that way.
Precisely.
But
After
but
a
if I
long
spend most of
day
my
of
life
hardship-
remembering my memories, then I haven't lived my life that I have. So that's, I guess, the conundrum I'm thinking of now. Does that make sense, sir?
Okay.
Maybe in my
Activate
older
my
years,
next
if
fuck
I
up.
do this, that would make more sense.
I could run a fucking rip right now, or three.
An example
Yeah,
I was giving
so?
earlier was when you actually,
Fair point.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go run around.
as one ages, one gains wisdom, one gains understanding of the world around them. However, as a child,
Maybe I shouldn't run around.
you lack
Never mind.
almost all of these things.
I just got told to fuck off and dog,
Yeah.
I guess.
A moment that...
I barely remember until I'm 7.
Precisely.
The earliest memories are like 7 or 8.
A moment that is traumatizing towards your younger self.
I went that way. It goes,
Perhaps something you even have nightmares about still.
Ellie, you literally have the one.
Achieving reverie and
One
landing on
thing
that
a
moment
dog hates.
as your childlike
bottle.
self, however, with the
Oh,
understanding
I could make them smell like shit.
of
You're
your
so
current
right.
wisdom,
I'm gonna start running.
That's not what I meant.
you can
That's not what I
unravel
meant.
years of
Okay.
pain
I meant you could like spray him with a. Never mind. Oh,
and
is that
understand where it came
cats? Don't
from,
spray water with cats.
and
They kill
thus
you.
build a foundation of progress.
I made a wet dog.
Do you relive these like an out of body experience, or is it more like
What was that?
in the moment the way you experienced it?
Once you establish the trance,
Oh,
your reality
by the
becomes
way, I
that
might have
moment, and
sent,
you will relive
one of the
it
spirits into his room.
precisely as it was. At least as much as your perception allowed.
Fair enough.
Did you have fun?
Things that you did not see, you will not see again.
Good.
But something that you did perceive, but perhaps you did not understand the meaning of, that
You know what? I changed my mind.
is
I
something
actually
you
like
can
spirits.
indeed work with.
I'm just here to have fun. Specifically those ones.
Any thoughts, Vivina?
A couple of them are becoming corporeal.
Your body language is
very interesting
you're
on a
thinking.
philosophical perspective.
A couple
Quite.
of them I've noticed not being translucent and being like actually.
That's why many elves fame
Which is like-
themselves as philosophers and
something after you
scholars.
touch something?
And
no, it's
a
not
lot
an
of the
issue.
reason
I
why
mean, I've seen
biographies
them
are
translucent
mostly
stuff.
not very
What I
interesting.
mean is that some of them, they look like those, but they're like.
This might be a weird to
They're
ask
like-
then, sir, but
Of course.
within elven culture, is there a small section that you would almost describe as adrenaline junkies?
Yeah,
and if
well,
that makes
that's
sense,
what they're
because
trying
there's
to
a term, it's where you keep living on the edge, you do exciting things that are dangerous to keep
can't
getting
mess
that
with us,
draw. But
so
if
it
they
should
if
be okay.
there's revelry involved, I can't say the word because of my speech impediment,
Revelry,
unfortunately.
yes, it's
but
fine.
revelry, yeah, it's revelry, right? So, but it's
The trance is also
they could keep reliving those
acceptable.
moments if they live their life in that mode, I guess.
Precisely. If
could almost sound addicting in a sense.
whatever you see as your preferred lifestyle, filling your life
really
with
good
that
golden
sort of
sleep right now.
moment, yes. Then, as
get
you rest
surrounded by
at
them.
night when you are doing nothing else,
For sure.
you can be enjoying and living those moments again.
He would immediately panic and bring out his magics.
Again,
Would
however,
this be common?
I must
Sorry,
warn
continue, sir.
that many of you are not used to the process of reverie. Many of the restful effects, I would advise doing reverie
you're
in
doing
tandem beside your regular
thing
resting
today?
habits. It'd be
True.
quite
think
troubling
three of
if
us
some
were
of you
completely
tried
out of
to
it,
assume
but,
reverie as your
so
form
long
of
that we have
rest
no
when
people
not
I'll be
achieving
I
it
was approaching
properly.
it incorrectly already now that you've taught me all this.
Hey, Victor.
I know I was approaching it too much like sleep. Almost like if you think about a certain thing before you fall asleep, you might have a higher chance of dreaming.
It
of
is
I was looking at it.
very
I was looking
restful,
for memories.
But
Nothing more than that.
I hope this understanding helps provide you a better experience with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't do very well either.
Because when we were in Hosland, there's the quarantine city. Do a lot of the elder bloom patients in their, final years, do they
Probably.
tend to
My first
go
try,
into
and
revelry a lot?
as much as I wanted to go into memory, I tried that yesterday. and it
Those
kinda
within Hosland have
If that
little
makes
else
any
to
sense.
do.
Not yesterday, the day
So
before.
yes.
I understand. It makes sense then.
I believe
So you guys are
the
just
gallons
making them
almost
comfortable.
had it,
That makes
but
a
if
lot
it
more
wasn't for
sense.
Leanne sneezing and breaking
As
out
much as we can.
concentration,
Yes.
Are there any
Yeah,
elves that have kind of
Mm.
almost to an unhealthy degree lived
Oh,
within
yeah, it's
revelry?
about
Like just
yesterday.
they
Not
they
yesterday,
spend
but
more time doing it than they
that'll
do
be
living?
something.
Well, are there humans who try to sleep away the day?
Yes, sir. Actually, you're not wrong. Then I guess that answers my question.
And it is likely still a very unhealthy form of living. That, and after a while,
True.
your moments would be filled with coming out of reverie, eating, drinking, bathing, laying back down, and re-entering reverie. And after
Like
so
binge watching
many,
your life.
but after so many years of doing this, the reverie that you experience is going to be that cycle over and over. Because again, it is
Fair.
about stacking
Also,
the
you guys
deck.
are talking for a while. You guys both, everything good?
I wonder
'Cause-
if they be confused
just making
when
sure.
they're actually awake or
Yeah.
not.
Is it about the hello?
Thought I heard
What?
something.
Bless you.
That'll happen a lot this week, sir.
I am starting to gather, yes.
We're basically on Spirit Week Eve right now.
So you're talking about the other class?
I've been told that
I was
they
gonna
can
say
get
the
rather
we were talking about with,
rambunctious.
The Day of the Dark is probably the worst day, sir. Because there's also the Merkmen things from the Spirit Fell that we can see on the other side that walk around campus, but they can't interact. So those are usually what get people the most.
Hannah, I did suggest.
I think I saw one in
Lila
red
that
earlier.
I think it would be nice to have like
Yet my eyes may have been deceiving me.
Oh, Merkmen are these giants. They're about as tall as they're scrawny black amalgamations or whatever. How would you describe them, Pavini, if you remember them?
No, what I saw was actually more
Yeah,
her
I'm not doing that
size.
too. I might request
I couldn't get
that
a
we
good
pass
look of
those
it,
over.
however.
There was something that looked like Shizu in the main hall. Was it that?
I'm unsure.
We also had a student that was, where there was a spirit that was shouting the Ignis motto and burst into flames earlier.
Oh.
She kept saying,
no.
"I don't want to rise
We,
again.
well, we have a
Rise
lot
again
of
from
it,
the
but
ashes." And
yeah, we should
then she
probably
burst into flames
let
and
people know.
she kept crying, saying she doesn't want to do it
Explain
again.
Or explain basic.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
That is the motto for
Yeah.
Ignis, right? That's what I remember.
I talked with
From
her
ashes we
earlier,
rise.
and I kind of just
Yep, that is what she
came
said.
back. I was thinking about it again.
Yeah, we saw that one on the
About
docks.
my blood being.
I thought it was entirely an illusion, though, so I didn't think that there were
don't know,
scorch
no.
marks to clean, but apparently
And
there were.
She sat on Victor's lap for most of the meal. She was on it for 15 minutes and he couldn't get her off. And
That's
it
awkward.
took Esme. It took
before
Esme
in
telling her to
Kali-
get off to have her
in Kali,
disappear.
They were doing
Yeah,
blood
that's
drawing, and I
very
was the only,
awkward,
the
and
only people that were
He doesn't
in
really
there
like that.
was
People in his
fine
space.
enough
Wait,
to be
so if she was down at the
but we
docks,
didn't- I didn't know.
that's where you
we didn't
guys were
know
for
if it was
Ignis? Do you
safe
think
or
it's
not, and
just
probably a
related
bad
to
idea
Ignis
test
then?
that on the field.
She might be. From what I'm hearing, she's
And I've been
probably
thinking
stalking
about
Esme.
Asking about maybe
Fair.
having that
Makes
face
sense
Because
then.
she
face
felt
so we
like
could
really
invite
bad
Everywhere
when
she's at.
it happened.
That would be a good idea, yeah.
Hello.
It's good to know.
The spirit that catches on
possibilities,
fire.
Beasts, see, which I
Happened a
need to do
couple more
something
times
really
again.
quickly before I forget, though.
Well, this has happened more than once.
Alright.
With this particular one. Nice.
It happened, I know of 2
There's
times.
scorch marks in front of Crystal Thorn, sir,
One
because it
on
burst
the
into flames a
docks.
bit ago.
Of course.
And one
Wait, it
over
happened in front
there.
of Crystal Thorn?
That's 3 times.
Where did the... Oh, so there's one at the dock, one in front of Crystal Thorn. Where's the third, then, that I'm missing?
Oh wait, what was it not in dinner?
Well, no. At dinner, she actually just disappeared. She didn't explode into flames on Victor's lap. Esme told her to
It's the
fuck
same
off, basically, and she
ghost.
disappeared. So...
Still the same ghost 3 different times
Valid.
though.
It works,
Yeah,
I
it was
guess.
the same, at least the same, from what I can tell. She actually jumped off the balcony here and like was laying on the ground, and Arbor pretended or attempted to heal her. She got back up and burst into flames.
This
That
is going
sounds
to
like it
be
hurt.
a very interesting week.
Potentially. But if it's
Glad I
reliving
don't think
memories,
out of
this
fire
balcony
anymore.
didn't exist back then, so...
I just hope we don't go to another town or crypt.
Also, it's actually on page 2.
Yeah, I did not like that last year.
Noted.
Page 218.
Oh, don't you trouble yourself.
Mission during Spirit Week. Deal with
I will not trouble myself.
many operations in the crypt.
I look forward to reading this fully.
Oh, Esme never came back. I just realized. Huh. Well, thank you, sir, for all that information regarding Revelry. I didn't...
But of
now I
course.
understand it a bit more, so...
And as you find new questions, I will be here to provide you new answers.
Gotcha. Well, I'll go make sure to also remind Misty to do her homework, sir.
Thank you kindly. She still has more than a week for the math questions, at least.
Of course, yeah. But I know her, so that's why I'm going to try to push her to do them.
Nuali told me
She's
that
going to
she
make herself
was
frustrated
actually
and do them last
seeing...
minute.
Nuali told me she was actually seeing to the cleaning and the self-care that I asked of her. Do you know if she's addressed her room at all yet?
I can ask, sir. I know at most you wanted her to organize her materials, mostly, if I remember.
The overall state that one keeps themselves and their immediate surroundings are responsible for helps reflect some mental health. By proposing and what is the word?
Something about mana.
Ah, it is on the tip of my tongue. Common is such a mess, I swear.
He's leaving all this mess.
By encouraging positive efforts to one's...
Positive reinforcements and stuff.
Precisely. To encourage this sort of behavior, for her to clean up, straighten things out, take care of herself. This does have a positive effect on one's psyche in time. It is a matter of her realizing the progress she's actually making in the world around her. So, if she does her hair better one day, if she perhaps does makeup, maybe, give compliment to the effort. Point out the things that have changed and the things that have improved, and it helps build a better foundation.
So why are we
Okay.
celebrating?
However,
I'll try to do my part and clean my room too. Then.
Well, yours is optional, but very well.
Well, her homework will burn in her room, so she does it down in my room, for example. So she's in my room a decent amount because a lot of the belongings would burn. As you remember seeing it, it's basically a pool of lava.
Your position in this,
anything
my
to do with,
friend, is
training today?
going to likely be one of the more, well, trying.
No.
Yeah, well, we all blue skidooed inside of our dreams once upon a time. Vivina was part of that, so we had. I'm willing to do all the things I need to do. Here she
However,
comes. Oh, there's Esme too.
Would you like to make a good mix, or are you just gonna enjoy a single flavor?
Sorry, what were you saying, sir?
That is fine. I believe we were concluding.
As is. Raw.
Yeah. Oh well.
Good evening,
I'll have to
cadets.
go find you to remind you to do your homework.
That's one thing. If you want to mix, it's even better.
I need a knife, please. I want to become spirit.
No, that's not how. They'll make you do it as a spirit. Just,
Did you like it?
Damn it!
I mean, this week particularly, you'd be kind of stuck here, so I'd at least have... I would have a full week of making you do homework.
Oh no.
I will probably phase through the wall and leave
Unless
you.
Esme, you can, exorcism. Go by.
You think I'd help?
Exactly.
It was a bad joke, I guess.
Please.
Free
Sorry,
me from my.
me, please. Anyways, I think we both have problems with that word.
Lucky
Anyways,
not, but
um,
also it is,
I'm allergic
Yeah.
to exercising.
We know you are, Esme, but we know.
I've seen you train with Esor several times.
You know, he sparkles in
I
sunlight.
think it's mostly by herself and running around
No,
the track.
exercising.
That is an exorcism.
Like
Sir.
exorcism.
She pulled up in her chair.
That's okay, Lila took my seat. It's fine. Whatever.
Oh, I thought she was meaning
Jesus,
like
spit it.
jogging.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we all did too for a while, but we caught up.
I think it's fair though to be allergic to that. It's like she's allergic to charms.
Yeah.
Is it the spirit again or something else?
On me or I'll get sad.
Oh, so that's a good note actually, because we are okay. I was teaching bio today.
Okay.
Water bolt because he's acid though. It's acid arrow now. So projectile acid is what he's learning. So we might need to.
Yeah, don't put that on me, please.
Okay, well, we're not going to attempt it, but I
know.
made sure to ask his opinion on like the best way to treat that in case he got it on someone. So cold water and charcoal are really good for his brand of acid.
How has
If
Mr.
he's using his
Bile
potent stuff,
been
it burns
doing?
even his.
Subject anybody else to.
He's been doing better.
Burns or melts?
He said it melts, it'll burn our skin.
Welcome
so I
back.
don't know. It might do more to you.
I
enjoy
don't
your
want to
trip?
think about it.
And that's his non-potent version. So.
I'm glad.
Okay.
But be careful of behind the range because there might be some sitting on the plants there then. Until it's all gone at least.
In all honesty,
charcoal
it is,
water.
Speaking to them
Sorry, what was
similarly
your question?
to speaking with
Does it
Faye,
smell
you do rather
anything?
well.
I not from what I could see, but it'd probably be better to just either maybe you could join us one day when we're practicing and you could witness it, or you could ask him. Because he can just drip it out of his hand onto something for you, maybe.
Okay.
He said he
okay.
sent the
I'll make
information
sure
to the
do
medical
that.
squad, so.
Yeah, that's gonna be important. Charcoal and cold water. Hello.
We could talk to him. He's right there.
Charcoal and water. Yeah.
You know,
It's
I
fine.
don't really drink that often.
Charcoal is a material component for a couple things, but more so for
Yeah.
fire spells. Esme
Aren't
might
you
need
cutie?
to have that around. So it's double the whammy. Hmm.
Sometimes, but not.
Some spells use it to
'Cause
draw circles. And
yeah.
Others more
We were
material
training with Vile
components.
today, and so there's two philosophies that we're trying to get behind. Because the frost giants, for example, their spells are like more natural. They just come out and they just do it. Whereas for me, I have to invoke my spells, and if he tries to do what they do with his acid, it comes out more potent to the point where it melts his own skin, apparently. So we have to invoke the spell instead, and so that's where we ended up going. A difference between a wizard and a sorceress is how Augusta put it.
Thank you, Morgan. Sorry.
So we're just gonna practice with that for now.
Between body
But
and
yeah, I was
learning.
worried about our own squad, so I'm glad that information helped you out. Sorry, what was that, sir?
The difference between body and learning.
Yeah, because when we summon our elementals, it's not something that's physical, but it's an evocation. But there's other things like like this is me just controlling water versus a spell. So it's interesting to see because we believe he has universal magic based on what we know. His father had shadow, which is universal, and then his is acid. It just reminds me of the headmaster's wife. She had like planar magic and stuff. But she was a tiefling, so a long time ago. But it seems that tieflings have universal magic pretty commonly, from what I'm aware of. We had one on our squad at Ignis, so.
There you go.
Well, in general, how are you doing?
And now you have another in Galleons.
Yeah, that indeed. But it's nice to see him learning about himself.
It's always good seeing someone developing.
Yeah, now we just gotta wait for our 6th person. Then we can really work together and build some team stuff.
Yeah, that'll be good.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
decide
for now
if
it's
it's
just
more
we're gonna
fun
try to do stuff
giving
with
you
Leanda.
hints when I obtain them, or perhaps leaving them in the dark and just perhaps teasing you.
Fair. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, the more we know, the better we can build plans around it, so we can play catch up better when they do arrive. Because if we set on a mission, the less we know, the more dangerous. But
Well, should I hear anything, I'll be sure to tell you, squad leader.
that'd be great, sir.
Gladly.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you two to it. I'm sorry to bother you so much.
What? We were just chilling.
really have to tell you.
Oh, fair.
He
I feel like
came
I
into
talk
the
a lot.
conversation we were having.
Fair. I guess so.
What are you
I just always-
talking about?
I believe I am
always
the
feel like I'm
intruder
talking
in this
too much.
particular outing, yes.
Fair enough. But at the same time, sir, you are a teacher, so.
Only so long as I wear this uniform.
Well, then my bad. That I thought I was talking too much and never giving anyone chances to speak. It's a bad habit of mine. I've been trying to get better with.
Long day, so I've just been like.
True.
I've been spending... Oh. Hello. How can I help you?
Pick your poison.
Oh, let's see.
Liang?
What's in this one?
Are they straight up cocktails?
This one is, yeah. Orange juice, rum, and no.
Oh.
Rum and
Go for it.
Kraken. This one is a little strongly rum.
That will do.
Like Faye orders.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Would you like one, Bavina?
Give me blood drink.
Orders and stuff like that.
Alright.
Sort of. It's not. They're not
Yeah.
super really a thing here, but I just can't really talk about certain things.
It's a safety thing.
Fine choice after a
I
long
find
day.
this. Does it?
It's just home.
That one's more refreshing.
How is the whole alcohol stuff been? Because when you mentioned alcohol cookies, didn't you react pretty poorly to alcohol in the past? Or have you figured
that
that
was
out?
fixed.
Can you answer?
That was
Oh,
fixed
okay.
the moment after. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So-
I don't know.
First time
I
K to
hope it's
Academy.
not a premonition.
We didn't know about alcohol. With my people, had some alcohol. Realize I don't have a liver.
Yeah.
Be drunk literally 100% of the time. Run home to Beasley. And Beasley's like, holy shit, what did you do? And it's like, there was this drink that humans had called alcohol, and I had it. And they were like, Babina, you drunk poison. And I'm like, I guess.
It's like, oh, hold on. Again, I'll make you fleshy sack to process the poison.
Like what's
I
happening
feel like my alcoholic
Phrased
mind has just
exactly
been
like that.
broadened to a possibility. So
not
you can
nearly
taste
as
things
bad.
like
That's
saliva,
not nearly as
blood,
bad as
etc.
salsa.
Correct? And
It
meat.
could be though.
What
I'm
if
not
you
sure.
ferment meat or something of that? Could you ferment that into an alcohol that you taste?
Yeah.
My brain's wondering now.
Like
Oh,
I
boy.
can drink the blood alcohol, but I don't like I can taste the meat part, but like the alcohol
Mm.
dubious.
The blood
if you catch
one,
me.
yeah.
Fair
Like
enough.
the meat will taste altered,
But I'm not totally sure if I'm tasting
How have you
alcohol.
been lately?
There's no really real way to tell.
Fair. And then another. So
I don't even know what alcohol
so
should
it was
taste.
coffee.
Medically
It was
wise,
coffee that I'm
I'm
mistaking.
handling myself so far. Nothing too
Coffee's still bad
much
for you,
medical
right?
team can do for me right now,
It's
but
not that
I'm
it's bad for
I'm
me. It's that I am
handling
way
this.
more susceptible to it.
Sucking it up.
Super hyper that
Am
day.
I
It's
to
okay.
expect that every
Yeah,
time I ask
alcohol
how
makes me
are you,
slow,
that I'm going to get a medical
and
report?
coffee makes me go.
Fair. But like in a much better, different way.
That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Coffee kind. Although every single time I have drank coffee,
Except for that,
disaster is
fine.
followed.
A little tired.
Like
Enjoying
not
some
caused
alcohol.
by the coffee,
there we
but
go.
like
just genuinely horrible things.
It's been a weird night, Professor.
That indeed.
That I can wholly agree.
But it'll
And
get worse.
I should likely retire for my own.
And wait for tomorrow.
Unless the morning catch me unawares.
Mm.
How much time's even left?
That
Not
and also
much.
want some
I don't
time
even
for
know
reading.
anymore.
I don't. I
The
can't
White
never
House
tell when the
happens
ending
late
time is.
anymore. Or I don't. I just go until I'm done, or the barrier starts to charge. Or...
Well,
I
regardless,
think I'll
I'm
call
going
it a
to
night.
see myself to bed, and I wish you all a
Alright.
good rest.
Have a good night, sir.
Sleep well, Professor
Have a
Berion.
good night.
Be well.
Good luck on learning common.
Hold this for me.
Well, we'll see how much this spurns my interest, won't we?
No. Oh.
So how does it feel being part of a group of people that are gay?
Okay, bow.
I keep hearing bow.
Uh-huh.
I keep telling you to bow. Bow.
It's bile.
Look,
Later,
Bow.
it's bile.
look, if you keep messing with me, I'm gonna say bye on next.
I don't want no intervention, bow. Don't get you,
No. The correct way to say that would
No,
be
Professor.
if keep.
Good evening.
I'm not gonna say bile. I'm gonna say bye.
That was yours?
What? No.
Sorry, nothing.
Where'd he come back? I know. Don't worry about it. Look. Stop trying to get me an intervention, brother. Look, I'm fine.
Kindle the light. Be the light. Protect your own light. Well then, let's get some reading under the way, shall we? Alright. Not a bad night. Not a bad night at all. What do you guys think? We're just gonna zoom upstairs, as long as no one is immediately in this hallway. Nope. Zoom. Zoom. 'Cause I do have to work in the morning. And I expect it to be a busy day. Wonderful. Well, I'll put it here for now. And we'll say that Berion is going to be reading this between his rest. And that said, today he's going to start working on writing a letter towards Elizabeth Walsh, which the exact wording I will ponder between episodes. But regardless...
any like thing to wear.
Boy.
And she also couldn't find a dress that had pockets. So she's like, fuck you. And so she searched around and she found people who had bags of holding. So she sewed bags of holding into her dress because no dress had pockets. So she's like, fuck you, patriarchy. I'm going to put a bag of holding in each poof of my dress. And now I have all of the pockets.
Alright, guys.
Sorry for teasing you after you tried to save Shannon.
I am going to call it a night.
I will.
Hello! I was just catching up with chat.
Look at how cute my Rhea is. She's so cute.
Fucking adorable.
She's my favorite.
Oh, I fell through the couch.
She'd be my favorite.
I was just catching up with my chat before I called it. Let's see. Let's see what we have here.
Well, I am exhausted and it is hot and I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
Easy, eh? Be well.
Bye bye. I will.
Alright. Let's see. I just want to write something. Just want to hug. You could potentially try to realize so. It's pretty heavy. Maybe she thought you two were a team. I mean, have I ever said otherwise? Is being awkward as fuck? Always. Rex needs a ring. I caught that too. Man has a taste for fanfics. You goddamn right he does. Does Berion have a secret fanfic library at home? Yes. Actually, in my office, the first 2 shelves of his dresser in his personal library, it is all fan fiction. And it's terrible. Bad fanfics are his favorite, yes. Chance and effect is the best. My family is... Good night, lots of good RP. Yes, headcanon confirmed. You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, guys, I want to thank you all who came to hang out with me. I want to say hi to all you new beans. Holy shit, look how many of you guys there were. God fucking damn. Whole bunch of new beans. Hello. Well, that said, I want to thank all you guys who came to hang out with me tonight. All you crazy people who are here like every day. And I want to say hello to those of you who may have very well just been here for the first time. I know the world is crazy, but please remember to love each other. And as always, guys, I will see you next time. Peace. Nighty-night. Could have asked Vivina for a dress. It would have been too short of notice. Simply. Nighty-night. I love you all. Here's some love. Here's a cat. He's a happy dude. Enjoy your night. Sleep well. I gotta get ready for work in the morning. Nighty-night.